Good evening. Welcome to Tuesday, July 16th, 2024. Board of Supervisors meeting is now 5:34. Ms. Bender?
I would like to call to order the Board of Directors of the Service Authority meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Sullins, would you please do the invocation? And then we'll do the pledge right after that.
Please join me in prayer. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for another opportunity to come together tonight to be about the business of the county. Father, I thank you for the people that are in the audience that are willing to share some of their time with us, Lord. I pray that we're able to do a good job and make it worth their time coming out. Lord, I thank you for the people that are up here tonight that give their time and their expertise and their willingness to work. Father, I pray that you'll bless each one of these folks and give them wisdom and discernment as we're about the county's business. Lord, I pray that our speech is covered by your grace tonight, that we're kind and gracious to one another, and that we make good decisions.
Are there any amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, we will go to public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak, please provide your full name and your district when submitting your public comment, so it can be properly included in the record. The folks that have signed up, Reverend Davis, you're up first, sir.
That's because I got here at 4:30. But anyway, I'm Pastor Davis. I voted in the Adjournment district, and I even voted for my son. I guess that's where he lives, in the Adjournment district. But anyway, I'm here tonight to read to you from the Bible because nobody else seems to want to do that. I've tried to get other folks. But anyway, if you know a minister would like to do this, I enjoy it. So we'll just read from the Bible, make a comment or two, and ask God to bless. The prophet Amos, in chapter 4, and verse number 12, Amos, talking to the nation of Israel, he says, "Therefore thus will I do unto thee, O Israel, and because I do this unto thee, prepare to meet thy God." Prepare to meet thy God. God declares that he was going to judge the unfaithful, disobedient, covenant-breaking people of Israel. They had continually failed to honor and obey the Lord. Now, the Lord, you know the story, he had delivered them and given them freedom, liberty. And I thank God for our freedom and I thank God for our liberty. But the nation of Israel seemed to believe that liberty meant license to sin. I'm not sure we don't follow along the same lines. We think that liberty means a license to sin, that we're not responsible for our actions, and we don't have any accountability. And so freedom is a precious thing. And so because they abused their freedom and because they abused their liberty, the Lord says, I am going to judge you because of that. There's a solemn warning in these few verses, which means he says to them, prepare to meet. And that is good advice for us all, wouldn't you think? Prepare to meet the Lord thy God. It's a great warning. And we have to understand that one day we all have an interview with God. I think we live our lives today like many times, back in the olden days, it's always first and foremost in meetings. And because the eye of deity, every moment, every instant, he has instructed us and he has entrusted us with life. And what we do with it, of course, is our choice. We can follow him, we can serve him, or we don't have to. we can do what we want to do. He's urging us, prepare to meet the Lord, your God. I was at the school board meeting last night. I want to thank all the fellows that were there last night from this board. I appreciate it very much. And that's another issue, the stuff that's in these textbooks that are in our libraries in our school. This is an abomination to God. And so I want to address that another day. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Gary Spillman.
Good evening, everyone. And I'll check. First of all, I want to say thank you for everybody for serving. Appreciate that and representing us. I am Sherry Spillman from the Shiloh District, and I had some questions about the broadband project. I was told to come tonight. So whether or not you want my 2 questions now to consider, or if you want it later. On record? Okay. 2 quick questions. One is, what is in the grant? What is in the agreement or contract with the company, the broadband company putting it in, with where they're going to run the line? Specifically, I'm a pesky person at the very end of the line. So I'm trying to decide where I should start ripping out my checkbook or credit card versus when I should be pesky going, wait a minute, you ran it on private property for half a mile, and you stopped, you had people talk. So I kind of want to know what the grant said about what they're going to do. And then I wanted to know if there's a person at the company that I could talk to. I have some concerns of where the line runs, and I've followed all the documentation they sent me and tried to find someone to talk to, and I can't get to a person who doesn't say, oh no, it's more than the $4,000 I originally quoted you. So I'd prefer to at least talk to somebody before I spent $4,000 on installation. So there's my 2 questions. What's in the grant about running on private land or end of the line? Because I know the post office will never come to my house because my driveway's too long. But I know what the rules are, and I don't know what the rules are here. So those are my 2 quick questions. One, who do I talk to in the company? Because the person I talked to couldn't have the conversation. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Stand by for that presentation. Next will be Reverend Shaw.
Recycled hat, taxpayer. James Shaw, James Monroe District, columnist for the Northern Neck Sentinel. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for putting forth the resolution for the special election to consider $57 million in general obligation bonds so that the people of this county can vote their conscience regarding the debt and increased taxes that they would be obligating future generations to. People will have plenty of time to make their case for and against and why. And I'm looking forward to hearing people on both sides of the issue make their case based on facts and not so much emotions. And one quick question, when is the courthouse supposed to be dedicated? Ribbon cutting and all that fancy stuff. I imagine you guys might be hoping that we get cooler weather so it's easier for people, but whatever. May God bless King George County.
Thank you, sir. I have Gary McCullum.
Thank you very much. I'm Gary McCullum, Riverview Drive, James Monroe District. And I first want to thank you for the meetings you've conducted so far this year. Everything seems to be going the right direction. I wanted to take a moment too and thank you for the consumer confidence reports. I've had a little experience in water and wastewater systems, so I know that consumer confidence reports have been around 15, 20 years maybe, and they've gone to all sorts of different styles. The one you send out fits in an envelope. I rather like that. I work for Stafford County, and you get a magazine, so it tells you, it points out a difference that I think is very important. Try to keep things simple. and try to keep them so that the content is there. I'm an engineer. It's you know, function over form, in my opinion. An architect will tell me it's form over function, but you know, we debate pretty well. But I wanted to thank you for that. It does point out a situation, of course. In Stafford County, we've got one water system. The sampling requirements are pretty straightforward. King George is dealing with 9 water systems. When you're dealing with each one of those water systems has to be proven with the same sampling that you need for one system in another county. I mean, that drives your expenses way up to be able to provide the monitoring that's required. I'm not so much against the DEQ and health department for having those regulations, but they do seem to stick by them pretty tightly. It drives up cost for you when you get the chance to combine systems and consolidate some. You may see some ease of costs on that. I wanted to go into a little bit of also the regulations. When the regulations come down, they focus on certain contaminants. Well, once again, you're looking for the contaminant in each of 9 different water systems. Gets very expensive, so there is a lot to be done with consolidation water systems. When you start to look at surface water sources, start to look as well at consolidating systems so that you don't have the multiplicity of all the sampling that's required in many systems. I'll leave you with that tonight. I'm at your call if I can be of help, and I do want to say I appreciate your efforts in bringing it possible.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Kim Dodge.
So I'm Kim Dodge from James Madison District, and I want to talk about money and also morals and ethics. Money, they're going to have, they would need to build a new elementary school, and I keep saying, am I hearing this right? Something about $57 million to build a building. I must live in the olden ages or whatever. I want to know why it costs $57 million to build a public school. I want to know, explain if we vote for that, and what is the debt that carries? What is the debt we're carrying for the new courthouse? Because I know that was really expensive. What is the debt we still owe on the service authority? What do we owe? And are we just giving this to the next generation? And can we build a school building that doesn't cost $57 million? That's my question. And I heard a lot of times government officials say, and this is free, and this is free. None of the money is free. It comes either from the federal government, the state government, the local government, and it's from taxpayers, okay? It is not, I heard that yesterday a lot at the school board. It's free, it's free. There's nothing free in this world, okay? And you need to consider what I pay federal, state, and King George taxes, not just King George taxes. So I want to know our money situation overall for the whole county. And I have to take like 15 continuing education hours for morals and ethics to keep my license from the State Board of Nursing. I'm a massage therapist. And last night I was told that we can't distinguish between good and evil. And I will quote the Bible. God gave Adam and Eve one rule: don't eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. They ate from the tree of good and evil. And guess what? We can distinguish, each of us in our hearts can distinguish between good and evil. I have to have, in some counties to practice, I have to have a background check, I have to pass a police report, and I have to be fingerprinted. That's in Spotsylvania County every 2 years to practice massage therapy. I get my license from the State Board of Nursing. What I read in our schools, I would be put in jail and arrested, okay? and they're showing this to our young children or available, we can distinguish between good and evil. We need morals and ethics back here, okay? And I did state to the state board, but I got told we can't have one group deciding what's one and the other. The other thing that bothers me, for our children to register for school, it used to be male and female, and now it's male, female, and other. I am not going to do other people's illusion. I had to study all biology. You are either male or female. You are not other.
Thank you, Ms. Dodge. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak in regards to the Service Authority or the Board of Supervisors at this time? Seeing none, Mr. Dines, is there anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Alrighty, has anyone? Thank you, I'm sorry for that inconvenience. It was handled quickly and appropriately. Mr. Strell's records are going to be in the record, so there will not be a problem with that. Now we'll continue with board comment. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thanks everyone for being here. It's always good to see a good turnout and people showing interest in their county. Pastor Davis, Pastor Shaw, thank you very much for your words. I heard my dad sermon at 2 nights in a row, so I think I can skip church tomorrow night. I think I'm good. Take the night off. So thank you very much. I like to cram church in whenever you can. It's good for me. Kim Mitchell, thank you for what you're doing and going out and speaking, being active. And, you know, the Bible does talk about there will become a day when men call good evil and people call evil good. And it's crazy sometimes when you read the Bible and you just find how accurate things are, and you can kind of see where times and places are. And if you went back 15 years ago and I was to tell you that we would have grown adults with degrees, as they call themselves, you know, telling your kids that they can be a boy or a girl or whatever they want, and they can switch back and forth if they want. As a matter of fact, they can even be a different species. They don't even have to be a human if they don't want to. It's okay. You would say, you're crazy. You're crazy. There's no way it's going to happen. And think about how many things in life when you grew up and you were like, that's never going to happen. And things happen. I talked about it last night about, you know, the big controversy when I was little was sex education and was someone supposed to be doing that. And they made a case for sex education. I'm really scared after seeing some of the books and stuff. You see that in 15 years, it's going to be sex demonstration. And you say, well, that's never going to do that. I can definitely see having people volunteer to come in and teach kids how to do things. If you can't see that this is never going to end, okay? It's never going to one day, cancer doesn't go, okay, I got enough of you, I'll stop now. It'll keep going, and it keeps going, and it keeps going, and will get worse, and it will keep going. It will never stop. You just look at history. It will progress. It will not stop. And I did challenge the board last night, and I count some of those people and their friends, and some of them on there I love very much. Just that there comes a time when someone has to say, this is enough. And it's okay to stand up for what's right. I was bothered by some of the language from the school superintendent. And it sounded very progressive in the sense that it was basically everyone has their own truth. It's basically what he said. And you heard that a lot. Everyone, what's true for you? There's truth. I could see something happen. You could see something happen. We could both be wrong, but there is a truth. No matter what we believe, truth is truth. And whether if everyone believes it's true, it doesn't make it more true. And if no one believes it's true, it doesn't make it less true because it's true. Okay? And it gets to a point to where you can't say that there is no gray area when it comes to truth, when it comes to what's right, when it comes to what's wrong. Everyone may have their own belief about what's true, but there's still only truth. There's only one of those. As far as some other things that have gone on recently, I put a post out on Facebook regarding Stafford's data center agreement that they just received, and they got $150 million to help with their service authority and their water issues. And I just kind of put the post out there just saying, I mean, how many people in the Dahlgren area and how many people who you pay an arm and a leg for water and you get bad water that you don't even want to drink, your house stinks, and you still have to go buy drinkable water and you're paying an arm and a leg for something that keeps getting fines on it. And This isn't trying to throw down anybody from the past board, but if you're still convinced to yourself that we got a great deal, then you're just wanting to hold on to your opinion. And the hardest thing for us to do is just admit when we're wrong. And sometimes, because everybody wants to be right. And we didn't get a good deal. I guarantee you Stafford's site doesn't have a straw in it already ready to go. I guarantee you Stafford's site doesn't have power where the Birchwood power plant was ready to go. I guarantee it didn't. And Mr. Payne, who argued for them after our people signed the agreement, told one of our senators called and said, "What are you doing? Taking advantage of this town?" He's like, "We're ready to give them a lot more." Out of his mouth, he said that. We were ready to give them a lot more. They took it. Scared. The people, think about what we could do with $150 million. We could tie up Perkins Quarter, our water plant, to Hop Yard, from Hop Yard all the way out to Oakland Park. If not, you're going to pay for it. Someone's going to pay for it. You still think, there are years with the Amazon deal where we will make somewhere between $2 and $4 million, and that's it. Okay? How is that money going to pay for your schools, pay for a fire station, and pay to give raises and all the things you want? It's not going to be there because that money's going to be used for something else. And then when they start building the other phases in there and we have to start extending the power, we're paying for that power grid. We are. You are. Your energy prices, even if we lower taxes, your energy prices are going to keep continuously going up. And that's why I have people reach out to me. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because I spoke to a group last Tuesday, and they invited me to come speak there. And I'm giving them all the wins that are going on in the community and things that are going on. And I told them about this. And at the end, it was just hands going up and people going, how come we don't ever hear about this information? How come we don't ever hear about the great job that Matt Smolnick is doing, our county administrator right now, and the problems that he's solving, and how good finance is, and the money that we're uncovering that's been sitting in accounts, I think, since 2008 that we didn't even know we had? How come the people of King George, and it's easy for me to do it, and other board members have done it in the past, and I've said it before, it's easy for me to say, well, show up at a board meeting, watch the board meeting. That's an easy thing to say. But what I really want to work on right now is how can we communicate and get the real things that are going on in our county out to the citizens of our county. And one of those things I talked to Mr. Smolnick about was maybe we need to start doing what we call a state of the county, whether it's once a month or once a quarter or when needed. And the person I think that should do it should be Mr. Smolnick, because long after we're gone, he's still going to be living here with his family, plugging away, loving on this county. And in fact, he is the face of this county. And his face needs to be out there. And whether it's like a 15, 20, 30-minute video that comes out where he just talks about how things are progressing and how we're feeling things and how we're doing certain things and the great job that our finance team's doing. So people can actually see what's going on instead of going, when's the courthouse open? How did we come at that price? There'll be explanations coming out, things for you to reach out to. I would say newsletters, but who wants to spend money printing out newsletters in the day and age where people are doing things digital anyhow? And I think, Mr. Smolnick, I think that's an idea that we talked about, and I really think that we should start doing that. I think that if we do any kind of mail out, maybe it should be like in our service authority bills, we start talking about some of the things that we are doing right now to fix our service authority issues. And so you're not just getting a bill, but maybe you're getting the three pieces of paper that are explaining the game plan and what we've done and how things are progressing, the steps that we're taking. So people are informed instead of being lied to all the time. And there's a lot of that going on. People assume a lot, don't they? And you know what they say about people who assume. I'll leave it at that. But there's one thing I will tell you. I promised Amy Southall, some other people, that I would do this, and I'm going to do this every week. Our handle on almost every social media account is KGVA.gov, right? Go to Facebook, go to Instagram, go to X, go wherever you go, and follow and find out, because there's a lot of times right on our Facebook page, they're putting out some of the latest things that just happened, but people aren't on there. They're on the King George Community Gossip page. That's where they're hanging out the most. So they can some of the stuff on there is pretty funny, I got to admit, things people complain about. But it is entertaining. But this, if you want to get what's really going on as opposed to what people are guessing at what's going on, then start following the people that are actually doing the work and completing the task. All right? Thank you all for showing up.
But Mr. Davis, you brought up an idea or a thought about Mr. Smolnick doing a video for the state of the county. We have a quick discussion in that realm on the board so we can, I think it's a great way to inform the public because the public is not informed. And, I do also like your service authority idea, a newsletter in the bill, because everybody reads mail, whether it's good mail or bad mail. What are other people's thoughts? You all want to do this?
I'm going to interject on the service authority side. I had spoken to Ms. Southall previously. We had talked about when it calmed down a little bit, doing a little video that they could post on the website about what's going on with the service authority. Even taking them to some plants and showing them and explaining certain things about the service authority for educational purposes.
Mr. Stroud, what's your opinion on this?
I'd like to ask Mr. Smolnik if he wants to do a video, but if he wants to do one, then I'm all for it.
Didn't bring it up without his approval on it, but you can speak to it again if you like.
Lee, how about your opinion on the water authority, sir?
I would agree with kind of with what Ms. Bender said. I think that's really good for kind of 101 experience for people out there to get some videos like that would be good.
Okay. So, Mr. Smolnik, the will of the board is for you to start State of the County video and to come up with a plan with Ms. Bender in regards to mailings in the bill. Could you have that, you and Ms. Southall have that by close of business tomorrow?
Sure. No,
I think you could do it by next meeting. You think that would be, I mean, give us the what you're going to do?
absolutely. I'll come up with my talking points with, everything. I think, knowledge is power. Get out, everything that we're doing here at the county. And I think I can get you guys an outline by the next meeting. And I'll be more than happy to do that.
Well, thank you. Well, that's a done deal then. So, Mr. Sullins, it's your turn, sir. Comment?
Thank you. You surprised me. All right, so want to echo my colleagues' comments on thanking y'all for coming out tonight. Also, I'm not going to dogpile on the book issue, but I do want to say I agree 100% with what's already been said. As far as a report on things that I've been up to this past couple weeks, I got to visit with the Tea Party last week, got to visit with the King George Republican Committee as well. Have a few comments with each one of those, so I appreciate the invitation to come out. I've said this many times over, and I'll continue to reiterate it. If you've got a group that meets and y'all want any one of us, me plus one, whatever, invite us, and I'm more than happy to come out. Like you've seen so far, we have a hard time getting the word out, to basically the mass of the population. So my way of doing that is going to as many meetings and visiting with as many folks as I can. So happy to join you for that. Also got to meet with one of our residents along with Ms. Bender Saturday morning to talk about service authority stuff. If you want to do one-on-one meetings, happy to do that as well. You're probably going to do it fairly early at IHOP because I don't give up all of my Saturdays, but more than happy to join you for that as well. And then finally, Sunday after church, we had a meeting with the Historical Society to talk about possibly putting in a memorial for a young lady who was a slave in the early 1800s, and she is regarded as the mother of gynecology. I'm going to leave it at that because the gentleman who's working on the history of that is going to come back later. I think we said in September, and I don't want to steal his thunder. It's a very compelling story, though, so I would encourage you to come back to hear that. And finally, got to go to a school board meeting last night. That was interesting. I went to hear about the books. I've already addressed that. I'm not going to pile on again. But I stuck around to hear about the conversation about the referendum for potentially building a new school. Let me start off and say there is a verified need that we have a school. There's a verifiable need that we build a new school. I got it. I support that. However, I'm a retired Navy. During my career, and this got me through 21 years of service, during my career, if I was going to do my day-to-day job and things were normal, I did my day-to-day job. My boss stayed out of my way, and I kept him or her happy by doing what I needed to do. If there was something weird, unique, that might throw him in a negative light, I would go and say, hey, boss, this is what's going on. This is what I'm thinking, or this is where I've already gone with this. but I would give him or her a little bit of runway so that they could get out of the trouble or out of the problem if they wanted to. When I ran for this office, at the very top of my page, it said fiscal responsibility. Ms. Dodge, I don't know the exact number, but generally speaking, the answer to your question is we have a boatload of debt. That's a banker's term. Adding $57 million to that is roughly a 40% increase. To me, that is in the category of something different and unique. Yeah, the 5 of us up here can vote for that and make our decisions, you know, based on what we think. That one's enough out of the ordinary. Adding 40% to an already very huge debt, to me, that's important enough. I need to go talk to my boss. That's you guys. That's why I'm encouraging. Let's put this on the referendum and let's help people understand that each one of us gets a say on this. Last night, I was very disappointed to hear comments like we're doing political stunts with the kids. We're abdicating some of our responsibilities and so on. No, I ran on fiscal responsibility. 65 to 35%. You guys voted in favor of that. I think that's a referendum to stick with a responsible way of handling things. And again, this is a big decision. Yeah, I want your input on that to make sure we make the right decision. Most likely, if we do this, it's going to raise taxes. I'm in a position where I can afford that, and I'm okay with it. I'm one person out of 27,000, though. So you bet your bottom I'm going to ask you guys, what do y'all want to do? So please understand, I'm not trying to get political with the kids. I love the kids, and I support this. But there are a lot of other people in the county that may not, and I want to hear your opinions as well. Now, the responsibility is back on us. I said before, there's a verified reason that we need this school. We as a board are going to try to work with you and help you understand why we need this school. Why is it important? But you still get to make the say when it's all said and done. Now, that being said, they also said we need to have more town hall meetings. Well, timing was perfect because Sergeant Major Frank and I, he's the at-large school board member, and we'd already been making plans. We're going to have a town hall meeting on 17th of August at the L.E. Smoot Library. So it's going to be 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock. If you forget that, I'm going to go ahead and post it on my Facebook page. I'm getting more and more kind of averse to Facebook myself just because there's so much negativity out there. But if you forget when, where, all that stuff, go check out my Facebook page. It'll be on there. But 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock, Saturday morning, 17 August, L.E. Smoot Library, me and Sergeant Major Frank to talk about this and any other topic around the county you want to chat about. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bender?
Thank you very much. I'm going to go down a list. I made sure I wrote a list down so I could hit all the highlights. First off, we had mentioned the consumer confidence report. I do want to, since it was very well received, not just from yourself, but from others in the community, the brevity, and if you want to go look at it, you can go look at it. We're not wasting a lot of paper, but I do want to thank the staff, including the finance staff and our staff, for creating the document, stuffing the envelopes, and getting it out for everybody. It took a very big coordinated effort. I even stepped in and helped fold envelopes to get them out to everybody. So I do want to thank the staff for doing that. When Mr. Sullins and I met with Mr. Trowbridge, this has been something that was on the radar many years before, and it got dropped by the former interim general manager, and that was the irrigation pilot study. And so I'm going to be going through my archives, and Mr. Rasavi and I have been talking about it. That is maybe bringing that back as a discussion item. I remember we talked about it, and then it just sort of died. So that was probably 3 or 4 years ago. So that's be something that I'm probably introducing in a future service authority meeting to resurrect that old pilot study PowerPoint presentation and maybe talk about it again. And I'll explain in the service authority portion why that is a concern, especially for neighborhoods like Hopyard that have stipulations in their homeowners association to make sure their water is kept up, not the water, their grass is kept up and it doesn't die. So that's part of where this comes from. Since we're pointing out things we want to be held accountable for and to make sure we start progress on, is many, many years I've been talking about how we need to make sure, number one, the buildings that we vacate, we have a use for. So I would like on a future agenda, we start talking about what we're going to do with the old courthouse and when are we going to demolish the old middle school. From my understanding, there's some more vandalism over there and we need to demolish that building so that it goes away, because we are going to, whatever we do, we're not going to be reusing that building. So we need to have a plan of when we're going to dispose of that building. Also, I wanted to bring up the old school board office. If we do move forward with the project for a new school, that we want to make sure that we have a plan of what we're going to do with that site of whatever is left with that building. And then with that, one other thing I've always brought up is we need to have a building that we can put our inventory in, so it's all in one place and not in every building that we have. It's in one place, it's climate controlled, and we have an inventory of it. So that's one thing I would like to see, if I have my colleagues consent, in a future meeting, we start talking about those things. Have some consensus on that?
So, Ms. Bender, I don't think that's ever been, not on the radar. It's just not on an agenda at this time. I don't have any problem putting it on the agenda. Mr. Smolnick, did you, hear that, request? Okay, could, you have that prepared for the meeting after next? Okay.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to put it on the radar so we start the discussion. And then, well, I'm going down. Service authority debt. Mr. Wasabi, if you can back me up on it, am I correct that we're soon going to be under 20 million? Is that correct? Mr. Wasabi's been cleaning up the record keeping and the final, we will be under $20 million for the service authority debt. We do not have a finite figure at the moment because Mr. Wasabi and I have been working for Davenport to clean up, so we make sure we have a better understanding of the actual debt and the rate structure, and I'll be talking about in the service authority part. The video for the service authority, I thought about that doing in the past year. That's one thing that I would like to do to educate the public on so they could see some of the plants and understand a little bit more about the service authority and to look into putting it on the bill also. AWS. One of the things since last September that I know myself have preached is the water, the access to the water for the citizens of our community, because the citizens should have water to drink, not your iRobot and grandma's cloud computer account. The tax rate, I had a problem with being $1.25 until 2051, and then the eminent domain, especially for the power line. So I still have those concerns, and they've been my concerns the whole long. I've been pretty straightforward. One other thing that we've mentioned here, and we always need to remember, because a lot of people say, well, you just need to make decisions, and sometimes they accuse us of cowardness because we don't want to make decisions. But here's the other thing. We also need to get the feedback from the people because you elect us. You elect us to be your representatives, so we need to listen to you. So that's one final thought I want to give is, we need to listen to the people who elect us. And some people that try to rush us to make decisions need to understand that we're here because people elected us to speak for them for whatever reason why they don't want to be an elected official. I don't know many people out there say now I wouldn't want to be an elected official about how nasty it's become. And we need to get rid of the nasty and keep working for the people. For all people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Reverend Davis, you mentioned be prepared for your interview with God. I'm prepared today for my interview with God. If he takes me away now, I'm ready to go. Don't really want to go, but I'm ready to go. When you talk about the debt, it was over $20 million. Now it's under $20 million for the service authority. The service authority, Mr. Wasabi has that under his wraps and moving forward and making sound decisions. And there is no, on this board, there is decision making and it is moving forward and it is getting better. So I want to address that. The county debt is $100 million. So that debt, I would still like to address in our budget with debt mitigation that used to be in it a couple of years ago. So I think that the board has that interest to get rid of this debt. Now let's talk about the $57 million on the schools. So the preschool has been kicked down the road for 20 years that I know of. I was on the school board for 8, and we were talking about it then, trying to get the board of supervisors to get rid of that dilapidated building that's not safe for children or families. So this board has brought it to the forefront of making decisions on getting those children out of there and helping the school board. So we had many discussions with the school board in relations to what is your plan to get these children out, and what is the growth factor in King George to be prepared for the growth? Give us a plan. They gave us a plan. I have this plan. This is public record. It's been discussed. It's not a surprise. Last night when I watched the school board, a couple members said, "Oh, this is all new to me." Well, the school board came in with us and discussed it. So I don't know how it becomes new. It was very disappointing to me that they made those comments. They gave us a plan of what they wanted. They got Mosley Architects to give us the plan. It's right here. We all have it. It's in the public record. We made agreements to work on that. So $57 million is a lot of money. For every, I'm not going to make that. So it used to be for every $250,000, it's 1 cent. But I think it's now for every $350,000, it's 1 cent on the tax rate. So you do the math. So Ms. Bender spoke about Amazon. Those negotiations are coming up, and she's absolutely right. We need water. We got screwed. There's no other way to say it. We're going to work with Amazon to come up with a plan that the county citizens want us to do. Not what a couple individuals want, but what the citizens of King George County want. It would be easier to be off the board than on the board. But when the Lord puts it on your heart to do it, here you are. So there's a lot of things happening. There's a lot of things happening rapidly. So we talk about these data centers and these other large projects, these solar projects, all these projects that are coming this way. Okay, if there are going to be happening, it's going to be at least a couple years before that occurs. So one of the ideals behind the referendum was put the power to the people to decide if that's what they want to do. So right now, if you want to build a preschool and elementary, it'll take you 3 years to start breaking ground. So if we waited 3 years until these deals come through, then we'll be 6 years waiting to start these projects. So this is kind of, even though it doesn't sound good with $57 million adding to $100 million debt, the goal of the board is actually to relieve all the debt. I know that's a big ask, but it's happening. It's happening. I can tell you. That's why we need these newsletters. That's why we need the information out to the folks, so everybody knows that it's happening. I go about the town, Food Lion, everywhere. I can pass the message, but the message only goes so far on those conversations. I can go to town halls. The message goes to 20 people. We need everybody to know what's going on. We have nothing to hide. We're completely 100% transparent. So let's talk a little bit about these books. So it is a school board responsibility to keep our children safe. I worked and retired from the industry of keeping people safe. And when these type of things, grooming these children to become predators, it's a slow process. And I've seen it personally, firsthand. So, I'm not talking off the cuff. I'm talking about my experience. So if we let this occur, we are letting down our citizens. In King George, we have a moral fiber. Our moral fiber is different than that of Spotsylvania, Stafford, or other places. We in King George believe that good, evil exist, and we're against evil, and we're going to fight evil, whether it be on the school board or whether it be on the Board of Supervisors or anywhere else. We're going to fight evil, and we're not going to stop. As you know, the events of the weekend, the violence in the political realm. Well, let me tell you. So it comes home. So I've had threats on me that I've turned over to the sheriff's office. So it's not a fake thing. It's a real thing. And when I was employed, I worked threats on people all the time, political threats. So here I am in a 27,000 people community where people are making threats to do things to me. So take it seriously. You see it happens. Understand it happens, and we have to stand up for what's good and what's good in this community. I've been here for a long time, and the plan is to keep it the way it is. How do you do that? You take a stand. You don't walk down the middle of the road. You stand up for what's right. And what you see on this board is there's 5 members and 1 member on the Water Authority that have stood tall to evil and will continue to do so. We're not scared. We're not scared of somebody taking our life. We're not scared of somebody putting negative things on Facebook, because we're against evil and we're going to stand for good, no matter what the cost is. Hopefully it won't come to that. Ms. Bender mentioned AWS, and that's in the plans. Mr. Stewart is on that negotiation to get us a better deal. Also on the schools, when they spoke of the referendum. So I just want to make sure people understand that this is in the hands of the people to decide what. If it fails, then they will come to the board, and it will probably take more time to come up with the money than they're ready for, because they're going to be having kids that they're going to be coming to quite a bind. So we have to have creative ways to fix problems and come up with solutions. You got solution makers all the way on this dais. The best ones are over here. These ones are very smart, and they come up with the great ways to fix things. Then they're working very hard. You think the Board of Supervisors is a show up meeting twice a month? That's wrong. Unfortunately, when I fall asleep at night, I think about this stuff. And, that's just what the Lord had intended to me. So when we come up with ways to help our citizens and our employees, I was speaking with my daughter, and I was speaking to her that we have a lot of firemen that leave, and that it's a large number of firemen, and I've talked to some firemen, lots of them, and asked them why they're leaving, and then it never comes to be the money issue. Never has it come to the money issue. Not one person I've talked to. So, but they have spoke with the climate. There's some need for, and my daughter said, she's a professional in Minnesota and does some of these things. She says, well, how about doing a climate study by a third party so you can find out what's going on and help the firefighters so that the climate can be better. So I would ask the board if they would entertain Mr. Smolnik looking into the cost of a climate study for the fire department. Ms. Bender? Mr. Solons? Stroud? Mr. Davis? Okay, so work on, try to get a outline and a cost of a climate study for the fire department, please. Mr. Smolnik? That's a yes. Thank you. All righty. Well, I'd like to close with thanking everyone to come, and did any other board member want to further comment? Mr. Stroud.
Thank you, sir. A couple things you said spurred a thought. There's going to be a meeting at the HOA at Hop Yard on Thursday night where Green Energy Ventures is going to come talk to them.
Mr. Stroud, can you just tell us what Green Energy Ventures is?
Yes, sir. So they have they've submitted to the county for, I believe, zoning, sir? Zoning. To build a data center in the James Madison district, adjacent to the industrial area. Some of the land that is there adjacent and to where it's already industrial. So it's within that the land right now is agricultural, but it's adjacent to the industrial area, so it's very convenient to connect the water and such. So we had talked about connecting the water with Oakland Park and Hop Yard, and also with the Purple Pipe. And this all ties in together with our ability to sell that back not only to Amazon but as well to Green Energy Ventures. But they want to do an information brief to Hop Yard at 1900 on Thursday at their community center. So I will attend that.
Is a public allowed in the community with that?
I don't know. It certainly is for Hop Yard. I don't know if I can invite other people to it. But I know Mr. Sullins, you're going to be there, correct? Okay, and I'll be there. And Mr. Smolnik, you're going to be there. So, but that will be happening. And if somebody else wanted it, Green Energy Ventures has been here and briefed before, and they would like to come and brief again or brief more. So
Green Energy Ventures has already put in their request to the Community Development Department, and that's in the works of that. Mr. Smolnik has worked on staffing in the Community Development Department. I'm sure during his report, he'll probably give us a little bit of an update on that. Could you give us a report on the happenings if the rest of the public's not allowed over there? Next meeting, what occurred?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Sure. So, with your remarks regarding the new school that has been proposed in $57 million, and the data. So Mr. Sullins mentioned that the superintendent has provided the data to state that we need a new school. And we were briefed on the preschool, requirement to have a preschool. That preschool, the building that they were in, had been shut down and had been closed, if I understand it correctly. It was reopened for this preschool that didn't open to all students, but it's for students, as the superintendent had briefed us, for students that qualified. And that, having spoke to some school board members and to some other people, it's an important program. It's our future. So we provide this opportunity to those kids for the preschool, those kids. I'm not saying what the solution is, just that it's important that we do work to meet a need and provide them options in life. The elementary school that was proposed and the data that shows that in my mind, I have questions regarding that data, and I brought that up last night. But I brought it up in speaking to some other members because my curiosity, my question is where are the kids coming from? So if you use past historical data, that's based on growth of the county and on new subdivisions and housing and such. If those subdivisions aren't approved, I don't know of any large subdivisions that are being built. And it takes a while for them to be built. And then people move into them, then they have kids, or maybe they bring kids in. But if we don't have the growth, then where do the kids come from? Because the kids that currently exist, some of them are graduating high school every year. Some of them are moving from elementary to middle and middle to high school. But that means that for new kids entering elementary school, they have to come from somewhere. So that's my question. So I question the data. And I'm not confident that the data that's going in there is accurate. And that's where that says that we need new elementary school. I'm not saying at some point in the future we won't, but it's basically I question the data and I'd like to get more information on that. And then I really don't want to spend it until we have it. And that's the other thing. So sometimes we have to figure something out with the preschool, hands down, got it. Something needs to be done. The elementary school, more data, and they'll spend it until we have it if we can avoid it. And I also like to comment that on the school board, there are good people on the school board, as you mentioned, that have the same desire and the same moral compass that we have. So, and I believe that. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Bender, you said you had an additional comment?
Yes, and it's only on the, I thought about this when you mentioned Mr. Stroud, the meeting at Hopyard. So I was reached out to a couple of folks from, there's a confusion exactly where this data center is. Some people think that it's directly across from Hopyard, and it's not. It's sort of across from Rich. I say sort of because it's not exactly, but it is across from Rick and Vance. So it's the last part that's left over from what was the assemblage of parcels for the industrial park that's by the landfill. So it is not across from Hopyard. It is across from Rick and Van's in their LaGrange farm. So just for clarification out there.
Right. If you were heading from King George heading to Fredericksburg, after you pass the Grange and Bloomsbury, it's that big open field on the right there, all the way back to the industrial area. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to, just for clarification, I thought I heard two different dates, but the meeting at Hopyard is July 24th at 7, which is a Wednesday. Yes, it is a Wednesday, July 24th, Wednesday, 7 p.m. Sir.
Okay. So, we get the data from the schools in regards to their population and expected population. And then you have us, and I drive down the road. Let's take 218, for example. From where I live to the 206 light, I drive down there once or twice a week to Mr. Davis's district. And every week I see a new foundation with a new house that has 3, 4, 5 bedrooms. Those bedrooms are going to be filled by children. Oakwood Estates is putting another, how many houses, Ms. Bender, in your district?
I don't know the exact count, but section 5, which is probably like 50 houses.
So 50 houses, so 50 times 2.5 is what the number they usually use for the growth rate, 2.5 kids per house. So 50 times that, and you already got a need, because we're starting to get, high school is 100%, the other schools are 89, 90, and another one elementary is 100%. They built that building down there, Potomac, to relieve some of that, but that won't be long till that area is full. So even other areas you drive down in King George, you see these homes. These homes are built on property that doesn't come before the Board of Supervisors. They call it by right. Then you have small tracts of 5 or 6 houses that are by right, that are happening every day. Every day I see a new house. First I see the woods cleared, and then I see the concrete guys, and then boom, there it is. So it's real. It's in this direction. We can control growth to a certain limit. This time we don't have a moratorium on residential. It's an ideal that's been floated around. Would I put you on the spot if I asked you about how that works, Mr. Stewart, moratorium on housing? Would you give us a little brief on how that would work?
Currently, Mr. Chairman, you all have a lot of by right flexibility in King George. And what that means is, I think it's 2 acres, Matt, now currently. You can build a house on a 2-acre lot without having to have it rezoned or get a special exception or anything like that. And there's a lot of ability to do what's called cluster developments in King George. And you see folks buying what I call a ridge of land with gullies on both sides, and then they'll just run a road right down the middle of it and put houses on both sides of the road. And all that's by right. And they're not paying any proffers to the county for schools, for fire, for rescue, and all the other citizens are having to absorb that. And so there are ways you can amend your ordinance such that if nobody wants to injure somebody from giving their child a lot on their piece of land to build a house, so you can sort of cut out family subdivisions if you want to have your children build, give them a piece of property, but you can effectively control how the other development grows by forcing that to go through the rezoning process. And in that process, they are contributing to the coffers to help build schools, to help fire and rescue and all those other services in the library and all the services that citizens demand. Because every time you have a citizen or another child, you've got to provide, you have a responsibility to provide services for them. So that's one of the things that we have talked about, Mr. Smolnick and I, and trying to take a look at the ordinance to perhaps in the future bring you all some suggestions that may help with that.
All right. Could you bring us some suggestions in what would be a reasonable time? September?
Probably September, October. We can look at so I don't want to get ahead of myself, but you know, with my new staff hopefully coming on board soon in community development, this will be one of the first things that, you know, that I will task them with should we get candidates who are qualified and do accept a position with King George County. So I think that early October timeframe is a good look. You know, give us some time to digest the cluster provision. Cluster provisions are a tricky, it's a tricky thing in rural localities.
All right. So, what? Yes, sir.
Actually, this is for both of y'all. Is there a way, a legal way? I mean, I'm not talking about the technical aspect of this. We'll figure that out. But is there a way to, as people move in from other states, and I'm not talking about military, I enjoyed that exemption myself, but when people move in from other states, to compel them to register their vehicles here?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sully, they're supposed to do it within 30 days. The trick is catching them. And when we live so close to Maryland, it's hard to catch them. But the law specifically says and I say this because I've got a state trooper right over there, you're supposed to do that within 30 days already. But it is really hard to catch them. And, you know, sometimes with the Commissioner of Revenue and others, there are ways to try to come up with methods. But again, it's very hard to catch those people unless somebody knows what they're doing. They're already supposed to do it under the law.
So that's always been a problem in King George. If you look at the schools, half the tags will be Maryland tags. And so if they have Maryland tags, that means they're not paying tax in King George County, but their kids or grandkids or cousins or whatever it is going to King George schools. So they're not paying their fair share. So it takes 3 departments or 3 entities to solve that problem. It's the law enforcement, it's the Commissioner of Revenue, and it's the treasurer. So, you know, we've talked, or it's been talked about before, a plan to remedy some of those situations, but it's never really materialized. So, don't really have an answer, but it is the law that when you move into wherever you move in 30 days in Virginia, you have to get your registration and your driver's license in 30 days. There's no exception except for the military. You can stay registered in your state that you're from when you go in the military. So I don't know what the answer to that is, Mr. Sully, but we can keep discussing and bring some of the players, Ms. Puckett and Mr. Jones and Sheriff's Office and the State Police, and see if we can formulate a plan to be vigilant and taking care of that.
So one idea, this won't pick up those that are renters, but if we can cross-check the databases between the property taxpayers and those that are are paying personal property taxes for vehicles. If you're paying tax for a home, you probably got cars. And if you're not paying taxes for your car, maybe we need to pay them a visit and see what's going on.
Well, that, we need to make sure we do it legally and with authority. So there, you can send, so when these entities, if, so let's say the police, they see that someone comes from this house every day and drops their child off at school, and it happens past 30 days, and it's obvious that they live in this house, but they have tags from another state or even Virginia from another county, and they take their children to school. So the commissioner or the police would first have to observe it, talk to the commissioner, talk to the treasurer, and see what the situation is, and then they would have to continue their investigation. So it's very time consuming. You don't just write somebody a citation based on suspicion. You have to have the facts. And so when the police observe somebody doing this, and they can take action if they have facts. That means they have to not take action until they have facts. So it's basically an investigation. You just can't say, well, I'm pretty sure that they've been here more than 30 days. I'm gonna write them a ticket. So I'm hoping that maybe that we can come up with some plans, because there's a lot of people that aren't paying taxes in King George that should be. Is there any other comments from the board? Don't tell me, Mr. Stroud. No. You're only supposed to get one shot, and you got two. You want three? All right.
I just wanted to say that on my way out to Colonial Beach, I noticed they have a signs up for fines, $2,500 for littering.
Okay.
And we still have none in King George. We have a lot of litter.
So how do they get those signs? Pay for them? So I'm interested in those signs.
I offered to pay for my last sign last year. Of course, I wasn't sitting up here.
Did you write a check?
If necessary, I will, but I want to put it right out on Route 3. I have a vested interest in this. Maybe we can keep the sofas out from the median.
So can we look into that matter? Mr. Smolnick already works like 80, 90 hours a week, and there's only 24 hours in a day, and he does have a family, so he's been doing big jobs, big projects. Let's keep him on these projects. So there's no more members of the board, so Board of Supervisors consent agenda. I thought this was going to be a short meeting tonight.
I'll make a motion to accept the full consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, roll call. Yep. Roll call.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Roll call. Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Mr. Davis.
Aye.
Ms. Pender.
Aye.
Sullins. Chair. Yes. Thank you. Board of Directors, Mr. Pender.
Do you want to ask if any constitutional officers?
Were they not on the agenda next? I mean, okay, you don't have anything, and there's no other constitutional officers. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pender.
I will move on to the Board of Directors. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
Make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Right. We have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? I will do the roll call vote. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Collins? Mr. Sullins? All right. Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Now we move on to the meet of the Board of Directors. First up, we do have our monthly report from Emboden Environmental Services. Mr. Emboden? And thank you for the staff coming from Emboden to answer questions, because we have quite a few things we'll be asking you questions on.
Good evening. members of the board, Madam Chair. Good to see everyone. So we'll go through the monthly operations report for June. And water operations were relatively normal, as they have been for several months. Only item to really note was the Canterbury Well 1 was put back into service, and there was also some replacement of chlorine chemical feed pumps, as well as some injectors, chemical feed lines. For the wastewater side, I've listed out the 4 wastewater treatment plants here that we had some issues with. So Dahlgren, there was routine maintenance performed on most of the equipment. The biocarb tank was flushed and cleaned, and also there was a seal that had blown on a pump for the bell press. It's a sludge pump. King George County maintenance crew came in and repaired that. Hop yard, our operations team identified a failed transducer, and that was subsequently replaced by the maintenance team, and that was for the SBR number 2, as well as routine maintenance was performed on other process equipment. Perkins Corner, we're still dealing with high TKNs due to organic loading and some equipment failure. I have in parentheses here, see attached photos, so I have an exhibit for you, kind of some things that we are dealing with there at the wastewater plant. Also, the anoxic tank on plant B, the mixer failed. The influent grinder pump also failed, and that was replaced by the King George County maintenance staff. Oakland Park, we just cleaned the tertiary clarifier for plant A and put that back into operation. Going back to the Perkins Corner, the photo that I wanted to show and kind of have everyone see is the color that you see in that tank is not the color that you would normally see in a normal biological process. You should see like a chocolate milk color. What we are seeing here, it had a distinct smell of fryer grease, and that is exactly what is happening here. Grease is, it's hydrophobic. It does not mix with water, and the grease and the oil always floats on top of the water, and that is actually what's going on here. So there must have been some commercial entity, food service entity, that dumped fryer grease on us. There's no way to treat this. No way that a treatment plant of this capacity is able to metabolize fryer grease. So these are just some of the things that we're dealing with. I know that the county has been very invested in this. Norman, you specifically as well. You guys have really rallied together, and we're going to get into those discussions. But what our plan is going forward, I think, is going to be very helpful in this. But this is one of the big reasons why we have a lot of the issues at Perkins Corner. So be happy to take any questions that you have.
I know Mr. Collins has a question, but I'm going to jump ahead to bring up what I was going to bring up in my month in the report about we did receive a letter from DEQ about a violation in Perkins Corner on this, and I would like you just to speak briefly about it, and then I'll entertain the question because some questions might come from that. But this is from January, correct?
Yes.
And it does go back to this fats, oils, and grease issue. So if you could just explain a little bit more of that violation.
So this issue that we have been dealing with has been historical. I think we've been bringing this up at every board meeting that we've been attending. We've had these issues, and it's come to the point now that in the DEQ's enforcement proceedings and in their guidelines, we are now being referred to what DEQ calls their enforcement side. And so what that means is there's enough violations, which namely TKN, that has racked up that allows the water compliance side of DEQ to refer this action to enforcement side. What this what this means is that we are going to be going into a consent order with DEQ. Our team, our administrative team, specifically John Simmons, has had significant discussions with the water compliance manager with DEQ. This is not something new. This is not taking DEQ off guard. This isn't taking us off guard. And for several members of King George County, it's not taking them off guard either. We kind of knew this was coming, But what this does allow us to do is develop a plan of action with DEQ and map out what we are going to do to resolve this issue. Ultimately, the ultimate fix is to send all flows from Perkins Corner to Hop Yard. But we can't trade one problem at one facility and just send it to another, because we'll then have issues at the Hop Yard wastewater plant. And so the actions that we'll discuss later on today is really going to be the resolution to the problem that we see here.
And thank you for that explanation. Mr. Collins?
Mr. Bowden, thanks for coming.
Sir.
Good to see you. So this right here, this fats, oil, and greases, we know it's a problem. So there's the problem. So what do you do with the fats, oils, and grease? You scoop them out, take them somewhere?
So it's called point sourcing. You point source the problem. And what that means is the fats, oils, and grease shouldn't even come into the collection system to begin with. It is what is known as a deleterious substance being introduced into the collection system that will cause problems in the collection system, but then will also cause treatment inhibition in the wastewater treatment plant. And so point sourcing these problems, identifying where the contributors of the fats, oils, and grease, and mitigating it at the source, that is the only way to solve a problem such as this. Now, when it does make its way to the plant, whatever does make it through the headworks and through our bar screening systems, our operators do net that out with just a scraper, skimmer, pole, if able to. Fryer grease such as this, it's an emulsified form, and it's not going to come out of solution. And so there really is no way to treat this other than try to pump off the majority that you can into what is called the digester tank to be sent out to sludge processing at Dahlgren. But there really is no way to remove fryer grease like what we're seeing here.
So later on this, we're going to have a discussion in regards to getting a person to, an inspector of sort, try to stop the source of the fats, oils, and grease. But in the meantime, we know the fats, oil, and grease, and it's got to be removed. Instead of sitting and saying, yeah, we got a problem, why do we want to pay $32,000 a day for a fine when we can pump it out of there and not have the fine? We already knew it was coming. Why didn't we do something about it? Are you not being paid by contract to handle these problems, sir?
So the problem with the fats, oils, and grease is before it meets and gets to the wastewater treatment plant. Once it gets into the collection system, there is no way to remove it at the wastewater treatment plant. The only way to handle this is to process it through the treatment plant. So that there's literally nothing our operations team can do.
So that right there is full of fats, oils, and grease, right?
Yes.
And where would that go next?
That would go into the aeration basin of the treatment plant.
Okay, so why, when you pump that out, the fats, oils, and grease there, so it won't go in there?
So this is an emulsified form, so it's in liquid form. So you can pump it only so much. There's a bilayer that it forms, but you can only pump so much. You are going to have residual make it through.
Which, if you pump it out, most of it, and the residual can be handled through the process.
It cannot. It cannot be handled through
So,
the process.
so that's the problem right there. It has to stop before it gets into the other part.
That's exactly what I said. It has to be stopped. It has to be mitigated at the source.
At the source, but right at this time, it's not being, and we're going to get hit with these fines of $32,000 a day, which is not acceptable when we're paying you $2.5 million a year to run our system. So is this a surprise? It is. I've heard about the fats, grease, and oil, but it's a surprise that we would be ruin our consent order and get a fine because DEQ, sir, is tired of King George and their violations. And I'm tired of their violations because we have to fix these problems. Mr. Azavi's come up with plans to fix this whole system that's a disaster. But you're a part of the solution, sir. And we shouldn't even that why we're dealing with taking care of the problem, we need to make sure that we don't get fined. And what I'm saying to you is, you're responsible for us not getting fined. So why wouldn't you pay the fine if you're operator?
We are responsible to treat wastewater that is characteristics of what that treatment plant can handle. So the influence into that treatment plant is not characteristic of what that facility is capable to treat. Both in fats, oils, and grease, both in other forms of organic loading, such as TKN. We have TKN values that are exceed what laboratory methods can even detect. And so it's not a simple matter of our operators going in there, getting gloves, taking out of the system, or dropping in a pump. It's much more complicated than that. This is a biological treatment process. And if you have an upset in that biological treatment process, you have to pump the treatment plant, you have to reseed it. There's many different things that you have to do. Our operators have worked overtime trying to mitigate this, and I would say that I would give them all gold stars about based off of what they have had to deal with and how they have had to manage this problem. This is outside of our control.
So down in Dahlgren, there's more restaurants that feed into that system than Perkins Corner restaurants and schools and so forth, and food service. Sure. Or service stations.
Well, there we have a large aerated EQ basin, and that EQ basin is able to combine, commingle, and it's also aerated. And so you have more mixing and more dilution before it even is introduced into the wastewater treatment plant.
So what? This has been going on for years. Why haven't we done something so it's like Dahlgren until we start pumping that stuff to Hop Yard?
Well, like I said, sir, the only way to deal with this is point source. That is the only way. There is nothing operationally that you can do at the wastewater treatment plant.
But the Dahlgren plant is getting the same stuff, and it's functioning without consent orders.
Mr. Wasabi, I think, has something to interject. And Mr. Wasabi?
Push the button. Use the other one. That's the way it can be
I
on.
guess one of the things that the other day we visited the Perkins treatment plant, and what I would compare it to is putting a Model T in the Indianapolis 500. That plant, I haven't seen one of those plants in probably 25 years. And well, you can. And so,
Mr. Dines.
when it's very difficult,
Yep.
the other type of
Plant.
plants that you run in SBR or the one over at Dahlgren is different. They can handle it to some degree, but I think what we're going to discuss here a little bit later is an important component that just hasn't been done over the years to deal with these food service establishments to stop the problem where it's being created in the first place. And so I think that is essential what we need to be looking at. But there is no, to my knowledge, no sludge press or anything at that facility. So even in an effort to try to get rid of some of the liquids and so forth through the sludge press is a virtual impossibility.
Futile. Literally, there's nothing that we can do at this facility to treat or combat the inhibition oil and grease cause.
This is just one of the pictures I brought up. If you can see there, this plant was put there for King George Elementary a long time ago. And I'm not sure Miss Patty could probably tell us, Miss Barker could tell us, it wasn't the secondhand one, but it was, it was put there, and I think there wasn't even a permit on it when it was put there. So this goes way back. Dahlgren has been modified, correct, and upgraded a little bit, this plant. This is why we need to get it offline. This is why it needs to go to bed. This is part of the problem, and we're finally taking care of it, but there's only so much you can do in so much time. There is a process, especially in government procurement, getting the parts and everything. So, Mr. Collins, I'll circle back to you. I'm going to go to Mr. Davis because I think he had a question real quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we need to get offline, but if this has been going on for years, and we know who the restaurants are in a particular area, we know the school, whatever it is, and has there been contact with those people? Have there been, hand-delivered letters to them stating fines that they're going to incur, that they're going to pay these fines themselves if this is discovered that it's coming through. I mean, what have we done? Because I find that we haven't really done a whole lot to solving the problems around here in the past 30 years. I'm just being honest with you. We just kind of accept them and kind of move on. So we kind of we got an idea where the source is, and I just don't know if there's been contact or what we've done to deal with that, and find those people responsible for passing this on to other King George residents.
Mr. Davis, that is coming up in the FOG presentation.
But to simply answer your question, the infrastructure, or not the infrastructure, the mechanisms that we need, or that the county needs to deal with these have yet to be established and put in place to allow the county to handle this problem. And that's step one, and that's what Norman and Kathy have been working on.
Right. Well, I think step one is educating on people not doing it.
Correct. And that's
step one. That's step one is this shouldn't be happening to begin with, because the problem is caused by step one. You see what I mean? So that's not it. I mean, if you write the letters, I hand deliver it myself.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, this issue has been going on for many years, but it wasn't until we became the operators of this facility where, you know, we're going to jump up and down and we're going to say that this is a problem, we got to fix it, no matter how many times we have to say it, until, you know, and we'll be a part of the solution too. But we're not, you know, going to let this problem just continue on. We're going to continue to address it.
Well, this is just basically from, I'm just going to be clear, just dumping grease down sinks, or how is it?
That could be a part of it, yes, sir. But it could also be that some of the mechanisms they have in place are not being maintained. Or
in the restaurant itself?
In the restaurants themselves, correct.
All right, that's good, thank you.
Mr. Davis, it might just not be restaurants. It could also be dry cleaners. It could be a car wash. It could be the schools and the cafeteria. There's a lot of players in this, and we are going to talk about it in some other. I know Ms. Southall put out a cool meme graphic to show about fogs, oils, and grease a couple of days on a Facebook post or Instagram, which is Mr. Rasavi brought that up, of making magnets we can send out. I mean, I saw that when I was at the beach. They had 2 magnets, what not to put down the trash compactor and about rip currents. But it was a little magnet on the thing, so all the renters knew exactly what don't put down the trash compactor, so you didn't break it. So that's something we've talked about, but we're going to get into all that in the FOG. I know Lee had a question, and then I'm going to get back to you, Mr. Collins, and then Mr. Salt.
Sure. So kind of jumping on to some of what Mr. Collins was talking about. This is, this is obviously a problem. It's an immediate problem, and there's some things that we, can do in the future to kind of fix this. But this is a problem today, right? We're not going to have this problem solved in the next day, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or month. So if DEQ comes down and says, "Oh, hey, we're going to, incur this $32,000 per day fine," that's a lot of money, and that's a lot of debt that the service authority can't take on. Already. So have we considered other mitigations to this facility can't handle it? It's been pumped. Some of it's been pumped to Dahlgren, to the sludge press. Has there been other mitigations thought about or recommended, maybe through the service authority itself to handle that? Can we pump this out? Can we have a trucking company come in, pump this out? I'm sure that's a lot more cost effective than $32,000 a day, just as an interim measure until we get other measures in place to handle this in the future.
Sure. So essentially what we would have to do, if we wanted to pump this out and remove it, we would essentially go on what is called a pump and haul. There's no point where we pump this out and we've reestablished treatment and everything's fine until the next occurrence. The occurrence is continual. It's that influent stream. If you go to the headworks of the facility, you see the stream of water that's coming into the treatment plant. It's laden with fats, oils, and grease. 100% of it. And so what we would have to do in order to pump it out, to save ourselves these fines and these issues, is essentially have semi trucks back up to the facility, pump 100% of the influent that we receive. 100%. We can't treat any of this effectively. And keep our TKNs down. and pump that and deliver that and discharge that at another facility to treat. But again, we're taking that problem and making it another facility's problem. There are other options that we have tried. We have reached out to several of our industry experts that we deal with. Maryland Biochemical was one, and they have offered us a product that we have tried for many months, but it was not successful. We actually saw a turn in the wrong direction with the use of the augmentation product. And so it was a product that had some enzymes and some bacteria that were, I guess, designed to metabolize fats, oils, and grease. But the product that they designed and the dosage recommendations that they provided weren't effective for our treatment. Our operations team played around with the dosing of it, tried a few other variants of that chemical, but it wasn't effective. And so there's all options have been explored. The only option that we have, and that we need to always have in front of us, we should always be doing this point sourcing and mitigating grease before it gets into the collection system.
That's good, thank you. So the other thing that I didn't see from this memo specifically, and this is a little, again, it's from January. I know we're reaching out to DEQ to discuss this a little further, but there's no current have a plan to mitigate this by this date before we actually start incurring fines, right? That discussion hasn't been had yet.
So the language that DEQ puts in there about the fines is standard boilerplate language. What they're saying is not what they're meaning. They're just reciting some of the potential worst case scenarios, if you will. The civil penalties are calculated based off of violations of the permit or exceedances of the permit and their occurrence, and then the culpability factors that were involved. With our discussions with DEQ, we've been very proactive in describing the problems that we've had. We have a lot of data that show that it is not the permit exceedances that this facility has received are not caused by the facility itself. It's caused by an overloading of organics into the facility from the collection system. And so it's what is the culpability factor of this permitted facility? It is low, but the problem is still out there, and that problem is in the collection system. And then showing DEQ a strong response that a plan has been developed and we're implementing that, it's going to go a long way with DEQ. And they do have discretion over these matters and assigning the civil penalties for this facility.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Mr. Collins, and before you speak, we have in the past twice got DEQ to reduce the fine. So in the past we have, including in 2018. So Mr. Collins.
So 2018 reduced fines. This has been a damn emergency for years, and it's just been sitting there. And it's squarely on the fault of the board of directors of not taking action on this matter. I am pissed that this is going on, and it's been going on for all this time without taking action. So I would consider this an emergency, not let's talk about it next week or the week after or the month after or the year after or the 10 years after. I'm not actually putting blame on you, sir. I'm putting blame on us that we have inherited this problem, and we need to take action immediately. If we're going to, I don't want to pay $32,000 a day, and we're trying to build a relationship with DQ, not continue to ruin it. We've already paid fines, which are unacceptable. So at $32,000 a day, it generally I think it costs, last time it cost $7,000 to pump that out a week. So 32,000 instead of, I would rather pay the 7,000 to pump it out than get the $32,000 fine. And then this fog inspector needs to be an emergency. We need to get somebody in that job right away, like tomorrow. So let's up here, you guys and ladies, make some decisions and quit you know, kicking this can down the road like every other damn thing in this county.
For Mr. Collins, I'm gonna have to challenge you on this one though. You're very big on Robert's Rules of Order. To do that, you're gonna have to violate that because it's gonna have to be an action item and not a discussion.
Okay, I'll violate Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay, I'm just bringing it out there. Mr. Stewart?
It's the first time.
Please don't violate Robert's Rules of Order when I'm the parliamentarian. Madam Chair, I just wanted to mention to the members of the board and the board of directors, when you all first came in, you appointed me interim county attorney, and the next day I discovered with Ms. Fish that we'd run out of chemicals to run the sewer plants. And I don't know that that's any fault of Mr. BOD. Unfortunately, there was a gentleman who was tasked to supervise all of this, and he's no longer with the county, and we've found a lot of things and a lot of lapses that occurred during that time. So after discussion with some members, I made a preemptive call to the director of the Department of Environmental Quality, said that we had discovered things, we were concerned about it, and wanted them to know that we wanted their assistance to help us get on the right track, and King George wanted to do the right thing, and I was assured that that is how this situation would be viewed by the Department of Environmental Quality. So this does go back to January when you all first came in, and everybody's been working really hard. I think as long as they see us taking the right steps to get in the right direction, I don't think you have to worry about that $32,000 fine. I shouldn't say it that way. We do have to worry about it if we're not going to take the corrective action. Mr. Rasavi has an ordinance that he's prepared and I've reviewed. It's a model ordinance that he's going to show you. You all can adopt it in an emergency fashion, and then you can reaffirm it. It's good for 30 days or until the next meeting, and you can reaffirm it and do the proper public hearing and everything. And it talks about these grease traps. The fact of the matter is this grease is pretty big business, believe it or not. There's a company called Valley Protein that'll come around and pick all this stuff up, and they make alternative fuels with it and sell it. And it is such a big business that if a restaurant dumps it in a container and puts it out back for Valley Protein to pick it up, it's a class 1 misdemeanor if somebody takes it. So there's a market for this. There's a solution for it. We've just got to try to get the restaurants to do the right thing and dump it in a container that these folks will pick up and make something out of it versus dumping it down the drains. I wanted to add that.
So Ms. Bender, so when you go to your next item,
It's the drop counter. It's after that, the fog.
I would put that as an emergency because this situation, as we know, is out of control. And this board is a board of action. We need to do something about it.
Well, we will get to that. Does anybody, Mr. Bowden, do you have any more on your presentation?
No, ma'am.
All right. Does anybody else have any questions on his presentation? We'll bring Mr. Bowden back up if we have questions.
Mr. Bowden, it might sound like I was attacking you, but I was actually attacking us
That's fine.
through you.
We're part of the solution, so we're a partner with the county.
I just want to
Appreciate
make sure
your
you
question.
I just wanted to add that I concur with Mr. Collins.
All right. Thank you very much. After that, we're going to hear something positive about the drop counter presentation. And for the public to explain what this is, if you guys could come up and to the podium who was giving the presentation. Is it from, it's you guys from both from Florida line, right? Sorry, I've only met you once. I remember the face, just didn't remember the names. But why this is important is this was brought up a long time ago in the AMI metering project. Is that I'll have them introduce themselves in 1 minute. Why is this important? The AMI metering project was one of the complaints about customers was not being able to look at their bills on a more accurate way and to make sure they don't have water leaks, to look at it 24/7. And this is one thing that we can add on to allow the customers to be able to look to catch water leaks, to prevent certain things, to help with the billing and for customer access to accounts. So if you guys can come up to the podium, introduce yourselves and start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Joe Ferguson. I'm with Borderline Waterworks. This is Charlie Pence. Charlie is our Virginia meter specialist. I take care of the Eastern United States for Fortiline. We're pleased to present this solution that helps get more information to the customers of King George County. There are a variety of ways that the meter information can make it to customers. We've taken the time to review the various companies that provide technology solutions in order to make that happen. And we found that Drop Counter had the highest customer adoption rate, right? And this is critical because the portal is going to cost, there's going to be a cost associated with the portal. The more members of King George County that are signed up to this, the better informed they'll be, and the happier everyone will be because they'll have the information that they need. Now, because this is technology driven, we've invited Rob Barnett with Drop Counter to actually do the presentation online. He's going to give you an overview, not the full hour-long presentation on how the technology works. There will be an opportunity for questions at the end. We expect this to take roughly 10 to 15 minutes at the most, but we thank you again for your time. Rob?
Thank you.
He just dropped off for a second, so we have to wait for him to connect again.
Just for the reference to the board, their company is the one who put in all the AMI meters that we have.
We did join the meeting at about 5:45, so we may have had his connection timeout on.
Joe, I am back. I apologize. I did just get dropped off.
Go ahead.
Hello. Apologies for the quick drop here. Let me quickly share my screen. There we go. So thanks everyone for the time and the opportunity to present to you tonight. My name is Rob Barnett. I'll talk a little bit more about Drop Counter. I appreciate the intro by Joe and Charlie. Apologies for missing most of that, and my apologies that I cannot be there in person myself. Drop Counter is a software application that is paired with your CamStrip AMI system. So as Joe may have introduced, we're in the business of educating your customer base, educating your citizens in terms of how much water they use, leveraging some of the data that's available through that CamStrip AMI deployment. So we're ultimately taking that data and then broadcasting it to your customers via some mobile apps, so available for free to your customers through the Apple App Store or Google Play if they're Android users. It's also available to them through any laptop or desktop and modern web browser. Just a few quick background comments about Drop Counter. So Drop Counter has been in business for 12 years. It's a leader in the water customer engagement space. We serve over 50 water utility clients in 12 states. As I mentioned, we have turnkey integrations with many AMI providers or smart meter providers. We certainly feature the one that we have with CamStrip through our partners at Fortiline. Our parent company is actually called Kubra. Kubra is a specialist in utility billing and electronic bill payment solutions. They have been in business for over 30 years. Just by way of history, Kubra purchased Drop Counter back in 2021, which has certainly strengthened us in terms of general company size as well as reach. Kubra serves over 40% of households in the US and Canada, and claims over 600 utility clients, including the city of Richmond. So a few quick points, just to echo some of the introductory ones made by Joe. You know, customer engagement like Drop Counter really allows a utility or agency to unlock the full value of their pre-existing investment in AMI, those smart meters. And so this is really, you know, a means of not just education, but ultimately communication. And I'll try to tie back to a few of the points I heard earlier in this board meeting. One of our key claims to fame, as Joe mentioned, is user adoption. So this is truly a customer portal that your customers will use. We see roughly, our low watermark for user adoption is about 30%, but we typically see 60 to 70% of a customer base signing up for and reliably using Drop Counter. I would never promise that you'll get everyone to sign up, but we try our best to get as close to that as possible. I think two of the reasons why we've been successful with respect to user adoption are, again, making things easy to download and use, and really meeting your customers on their current preferences with respect to digital engagement. So as I said, free native mobile apps available through those two respective app stores, as well as a very easy login experience and engagement experience through any web browser. I will make the point that most of our users tend to prefer the native mobile apps. I think that this is maybe just a sign of the world that we live in, but roughly 86% of our users use those native apps because, again, easy process and one they're familiar with their mobile phones. But for folks who might be more comfortable with a laptop or desktop at home, we offer an identical experience in that respect. I'll also note that we're available in both English and Spanish, and we're also compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act. So you can feel good about pushing this out to the general public. Ultimately, you have these slides for reference. I'll basically use this slide opportunity to mention a few product names, which is part of our base platform. What we call Drop Counter Home and Drop Counter Business are user experiences that are specific to residential account holders, as well as commercial and business account holders. We also have what we call Clear Utility, which is a dashboard for King County staff use. This is mostly related to not only just high-level water analytics, understanding how much water is being used across your system, but I think more specifically is used as a communication tool. So ultimately, your staff can send out messages to all of your customers or even a targeted group over text message, over email, and over push notification via the mobile app. So this is really a fast, easy, very cost-effective approach to communicating with your customer base. Perhaps this ties back to some of the comments that I heard earlier in this meeting. Just a few quick screenshots just to help you put a face with the name, so to speak. So Drop Counter, again, available through both app stores. Very nice, simple, easy to understand user interface, helping customers understand how much water they use over a billing period, over a month, over a week, a day, and even down to the hour. So we do actually receive hourly water data over our integration with Camstrip. And so again, the end user can understand, they can see a nice trend in terms of use over the course of the day and sort of track their use on a monthly basis as well as across that billing period. We do have one optional module that I believe has been included in our proposal, what we call Irrigation Insight. We view this as sort of another educational tool for your customer base. If you think that the average person doesn't understand how much water they use to begin with, they certainly don't understand how much might be used to water their lawn. So we can actually tease out, using that hourly water data received from ChemStrip, tease out how much water use as a function of general water use is used to water that outdoor landscape. So I think, there's a few to value here. Certainly one of them is helping people understand how much water they're using, where and when. If they can understand that more clearly, there's perhaps fewer calls into your customer service team as a result. Ultimately, customers are a bit happier. They have a free tool at their disposal to sort of track and better understand their water use. And in addition, and this is maybe a point that I heard earlier in the meeting, if there's a homeowners association or a particular neighborhood where which folks need to actually upkeep that lawn, this could be a valuable tool for those residents in terms of tracking irrigation days, irrigation times and duration, and even the volume of water being used during those irrigation events. I think I've been hitting this point in terms of our mission, which is to really increase customer water IQ. As I mentioned, if you can put a free tool in the hands of the average customer, it leads to greater understanding, greater satisfaction with their utility, and certainly fewer calls into customer service with questions about perhaps use that they don't understand, or perhaps a high bill that they disagree with. Another valuable piece that is really unlocked with hourly water data is our ability to actually send leak alerts to each individual customer account. So we're always looking at this hourly data, and we can detect either a slow continuous leak, like maybe a toilet that's running for an excessive period of time, or a burst leak, so something like a pipe that's broken. And so when that happens, we can send a notification, not just to King George staff, but directly to that customer using drop counters. They can receive a text message, push notification over the mobile app, or an email, basically letting them know that this condition exists and some support in terms of understanding where it might be and how to resolve it. We also send out monthly water use reports via email. So regardless of how often a particular customer logs in, signs on to look at their water use, they'll always get a monthly reminder in terms of how much water they used, how they might be doing against a budget, and it's also an opportunity for you to include custom messages that might be relevant at that time. Real quickly, a few comments again about what we call Clear, that utility staff dashboard. So this is a quick screenshot of the interface that ultimately shows in an index view all of your customer accounts with some high-level information in terms of customer details, account number, high-level metrics with respect to water use, even the number of irrigation days in a month or a billing period for each account. It also plots each one of these accounts on a map. So this would be specific to the King George service area. And as I mentioned, one of the primary applications that we see with this particular tool is one of communication. So King George staff can basically send an email, SMS or text message, or push notification out to all of your service connections, all of your customers, or you can run a series of filters that basically narrow the distribution list to a group that you would like to say something specifically to. That could be high water users, it could be folks who are maybe late in paying their bill, it could be folks who are very specifically being affected by a main break or even a boil water advisory. These are just a few of the examples that we've seen with some of our existing customers. So in short, Drop Counter is a software application. It's free for your customers, so easy for them to sign up for, engage, track their water use. And then on the other side of things, for King George staff, very easy and effective, especially cost-effective digital tool in terms of sending out notifications electronically. Appreciate your time and attention. Happy to field any questions you may have.
So, Mr. Collins, you got your first question?
Yes, yes, ma'am. So thank you for being online. So this information for customers is useful for a customer to manage their water usage. And it's also useful for the authority to understand the water usage and how to plan for that usage. But so my data or whoever else is a user data, who has access to that data?
So no one customer can obviously access another customer's water data. We maintain strict administration privileges for King George staff. So we can even set varying levels of access to data. So perhaps only one or two have access to all of the information and can actually send out those notifications that I mentioned. We're not in the business of selling data. So there is no sharing, there is no selling of customer or water consumption data. This is wholly owned by the utility who generates it, which would be King George.
So the customer data won't be available to other than the customers and the authority. And it's not sold for any other purposes. But then you have the next factor of whether law enforcement can gather the data for use.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe if there is legal authority to this data, then yes, we do have to volunteer that data. Other than that, it is wholly owned by the utility and the customers that generate it.
If I may add to that, the data is coming from the Camstrup Reedy Manager software that King George currently uses to see the meter readings from each customer. It is merely being put into a format that's user-friendly and something that everyone can access on their device, right? So whether that information is available by legal authorities through drop counter, it's also available through you. I mean, a subpoena is a subpoena no matter who it goes to. Once you have the information, you have the information. So, hoping that clarifies a little bit.
Anybody else have any questions? I forgot how much does this add on as a cost to the?
So typically, ballpark, you're going to be looking, if I recall right, just a little bit over $2 per user per year, plus or minus, right? There is an upfront charge because we have to be able to take the data from not just the Camstrup software, but also from your utility billing software and put that together so that budget billing can be done and things like that within the data platform. So upfront, let's just call it ballpark $20,000. But really what we're seeking today is just the ability for the service authority to continue to get a full presentation on the software and for the operating staff to get familiar with it so that we can present that budgetary quote back to you. That's really what we're seeking today.
All right, thank you. So do I have a consensus from the board, exactly what I said, proceed on to engage with our staff and so they can bring back a full presentation with a dollar amount and we can decide whether we want to add that on? Mr. Solons?
Yeah, I'm good with bringing it back, but I would also, when you come back, I'd like to hear you address the quality of the app. I just went to a Google Drive here, and out of 44 reviews, 21 of them give you 1 star, and overall you got 2.7 stars. So I want to make sure the juice is worth the squeeze.
I think that's fair. I would also encourage you to take a look at how water utilities are rated across America. I think that despite the best efforts of some really good people, their scores aren't great, right? And so I think that's more of kind of how people view the industry as opposed to how they view, quote, the app itself. just my opinion, but having visited more than 1,000 utilities and communities now, I have a pretty good sample to look at. So, thank you.
Mr. Collins? Come back with a presentation. Okay. Mr. Davis?
Question real quick. So this beginning, if we give you permission to do this with the service authority, is there a cost for this?
Not at all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll go down the line and then I'll get back to you, Mr. Stewart. I was just, Lee, do you have any questions?
Only other question I would have is, kind of touching with what Mr. Collins was speaking on there. When it comes to data, you guys are integrating, taking this data obviously into your service to provide to some customers there. So as part of this, the next brief that you guys may have, I'd be interested to know how your company protects that data, or how the company actually protects that data that it does get from the county. Now, if the county's giving that data to an alternate source, that's a secondary place where that data resides. So as a service authority customer, some company that now the service authority that I have to get my water from now has my home address, my data, my water usage, what time all my water gets turned on every day. There could be some security implications there for some people as they may see that. So as I'm a cybersecurity engineer by day, so I'm just interested in making sure that any of that data that we do share with a contracted organization is secured in a good fashion.
Would it be okay to allow Rob to answer that question now since he's with us?
Sure.
Rob?
Sure. So I am not a cybersecurity engineer, but we have plenty of those within the organization. Our parent company deals in financial transactions, so utility bill payments. So I would say they are quite robust in terms of their approach to safety and security. But be happy to put together a more robust presentation and details on our approach to cybersecurity at a later time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stewart, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was curious, do you all suggest or require that the county get some sort of privacy release from these customers? Do you do that typically with this?
So typically within the structure of the app itself, right, the utility is giving drop counter information that is unique to them, which allows that individual customer to sign up for the portal, right? Something that other people wouldn't know. Now, that being said, it can be as simple as an account number, right? Your utility account number.
It's also getting information from the customer, correct?
No, that's
same time.
It is, but again, as Rob mentioned, they're not really in the business of selling that information.
Understand.
Rob, you can answer this directly. You have a disclaimer on there for customer privacy?
We do. In our standard contract with utilities, we cover privacy, and then the end user license agreement basically covers end users in the same way.
Madam Chair, one final question. Do you all have any legal opinion regarding liability with regard to any sort of breach, or for this board of directors for the utility? Do you have any sort of legal opinion that would enlighten us as to what the liability might be in the event that there is some sort of breach and that customer's information was used in such a manner as they didn't want it to be used? And I don't know, that's why I'm asking.
No, I think it's fair to ask the question, but I think part of this is that the data that is being received from the meter reading software is not the same as the data that is being received from your billing software, right? I mean, at most, we are talking specifically to a little bit of customer data, perhaps a name and an address, but nothing aside from the water consumption itself, nothing that you couldn't find on Google already today, right? So that being said, no credit card information, no bank information is on there. There shouldn't be any risk to the county from a financial breach perspective, and that is where I would see you would have your greatest risk.
So,
right?
Madam Chair, so the answer is no?
Uh,
You don't have any sort of opinion?
I have an opinion, but I'm not an attorney. I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
I'm sorry.
Right? I mean,
I'm sorry
that's okay.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but
No,
that question's going to come to me. So I'm trying to see if, since you all are selling this product,
we have not seen
if
an
you all have
instance-
already done that work.
Yeah, we have not seen an instance where that has been.
So you
a
haven't,
problem.
you've not developed any legal opinions. That's for the state of Virginia or federally or anything else. That's all I'm trying to
No,
find.
that's correct. And
Okay.
I'm going to qualify this by saying we have someone who's in cybersecurity. In the state of the world today, is anything 100% secure?
Well, it never is, and I don't think it possibly can be.
Okay.
So I think to Mr. Stewart's point, your point, it's just making sure we're doing the right things here, because some people take their data very seriously, whether it's just their name and address or something else, and as being the service authority now turning that over to somebody else.
Again, the data that we would have aside from consumer usage is something that can be found on Google, right? I mean, we've all found old friends, so.
Sure. And is there an opt-out capability if somebody doesn't want to use it for? Yeah.
Is there an opt-out?
They actually have to go to the app, download it, and choose to sign on. So it's not forced on them to be a part of this.
So
right?
they have a choice.
Right. But it comes back to what you talked about earlier. How do we get more information into the hands of the people that we serve? And this is the mechanism to try to make that happen, which is why we're presenting today, because that was a concern at the outset of this project was, okay, we're going to have all this great information. We can take 10,000 phone calls, or we can have a mechanism where customers can answer the questions themselves, right?
So just to clarify, we've asked a lot of questions. So for going forward, you're going to work with our staff to get the information and then come back for a presentation at a later date.
Yes, at that time, I mean, you've seen the core of this.
Mhm.
We don't, if anyone is interested in seeing the full presentation, we can make that happen, but in the best interest of time, hopefully a few people will look at it. We'll bring, we'll have a pricing proposal and just move forward.
That's what I'm calling about. You come back with the prices and everything.
That's right.
All right. So the consensus from the board to move forward with that, just to get the information and they can talk to staff to get the data.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And thank you for waiting around.
No, thank you
I
all for your
appreciate
time
it.
and for your questions. It is appreciated. So.
And thank you, Rob, for calling in on Zoom or GoToMeeting, whichever it was.
Thank you for the time.
All right, moving on now is our important discussion about FOG, which is fats, oils, and grease. So Mr. Rasavi is going to take over here. We did come up with also a job description for an employee to help with this, a compliance officer and inspector. Our whole staff has been working on this. And so Mr. Rasavi, take it away.
Okay, when we first started looking into some of the problems, and as the Emboden group, I guess when I first had the opportunity to come here in February and hear Mr. Emboden's comments month after month, I started looking into some of the things and talking to John and some of the other employees, and I started reading the regulations where it requires, the current regulations require the food service folks to maintain those grease traps, interceptors at their own expense. So one of the questions that I asked John was, how often do we go out and inspect those to assure that that's being done? And I think John's response was that he wasn't aware that it was being done at all. And so that obviously helped support some of the issues that have been raised here over the extensive period of time. And I think the issue, as the chairman has referred to about kicking the can down the road, I think we're out of cans. And so I spoke with the folks at DEQ and a number of other people that are sort of in the utility business and explained to them what the issue was. And I was informed that the Hampton Road Sanitation District had prepared a draft model ordinance, which the folks at DEQ and others whose opinions that I respect said that would probably be a good starting point for me to look at that ordinance. So I did make contact with their fog coordinator, or whatever the exact title is, and she has proven to be very helpful, provided us a tremendous amount of information. And so when I got a copy of this, I sat down and sort of inserted the aspects of King George County to this ordinance, and I've sent it to Mr. Stewart to review. And I think this is the critical first step to start alleviating some of these problems and significant expenses that the county service authority and the taxpayers had to address over the years. I know this comes up under the board section to consider it as an ordinance. And one of the things I mentioned to both Mr. Stewart and Mr. Smolnick is this can be adopted as an emergency ordinance for 60 days, and then we can advertise it to go through the regular process. But I think many of these issues and what we're seeing at these treatment plants, we need to initiate this immediately. And I have spoke with Bowden, and they said if you pass an emergency ordinance, we can start inspections tomorrow. And I think one of the things that we need to do, and I've had a few restaurants call me and ask some questions. We're not trying to be punitive, but unfortunately, these actions, and I don't know who is properly doing it, but there's in the list in the front of your board packet, there's 59 food service providers. And so I would say the immediate problem is with your treatment plant down here at Perkins Corner, and GIS has prepared the maps of all the foods. They've taken this list and applied it to a map of where the flows are going to which plant from each of these entities. And so I would suggest that we start there, and that with these inspections, give these folks so many days if they're not properly in accordance with the ordinance, that they have so many days to rectify the situation. We go back and re-examine it to see that it's been addressed. And if not, then I believe the ordinance calls $1,000 fine per day. And so I think people, and we're not trying to be punitive. We just have to have compliance, and because you all have heard the results month after month, and you dealt with the pain of paying the fines, and we have to have a starting point. And so right. And on page 8, there is here that when we get to the board's portion of this, that you have to fill out some fees on page 8. So you need to, or page 9, okay. That, and I don't have a specific recommendation, so you all may want to look at that and think about it when we get to that point, but we do need to fill in those two costs on that page.
Mr. Asabi, one other thing I want to mention about this is we've talked about having a town hall where we invite the businesses to come and ask us why. And one of the major reasons is if we all work together, in the end, we hopefully, and I'm not going to say because never anything is 100%, but we hope it's 100%, we could stop having these problems in the consent orders, because that costs everybody, including those businesses.
Right. Well, I think we should still try to schedule that meeting, but I believe under the set of circumstances, with the DEQ response and as what M. Bowden has informed us tonight, we need to quit kicking the can and start addressing the problem.
Yeah, two-pronged approach. And before the questions, one of the things is we did come up, I did look at about 5 localities to come up with a job description for a fog coordinator, right? We call it, and / inspector, so they could do some other work inspecting like new construction. But could you explain that to the board a little bit?
Well, I think it's critical to have somebody who has, and you've reviewed a number of the different positions that are in other localities, and hopefully we can get that advertised and approved this evening so that we can get that out there and eventually get someone on board to assist. But I think in the immediate future, we need to start the inspections, and I think M. Bowden indicates they have folks who are capable of doing that and maybe even providing some training, I believe, is what Mr. M. Bowden indicated to me, to the hiree if it's not somebody who has experience and so forth. So, but like I said, it's time to buck up and address the issue, I believe.
All right, Mr. Collins?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
I'd like to make an emergency motion to pass the draft model ordinance of the technical standards for GCDS and authorize the county administrator and the senior advisor to the board to hire a fog inspector immediately and authorize M. Bowden to start the inspections immediately.
Second. Have a second? I'm going to open it.
If you get a second, can I ask something? First of all, do you want to give them a grace period? If you do this in an emergency ordinance, they're bound to be fined, and you probably ought to have a blanket policy as to whether or not you want to fine them tomorrow or 30 days from now. And probably should be in your motion. And then on page, I have page 9 because mine's printed. Y'all's online would be page 8. There's an initial registration fee, which I think is just to make sure you have the names of everyone there. And then there's an inspection fee, which you probably need to fill in now. And I think Norm had some suggestions from other jurisdictions about, I don't think it's supposed to be expensive. It's just supposed to maybe help cover the cost to implement.
Thank you. And
So my motion still stands, and we can make amendments to the motion that I can't make amendments to my own motion. Can I?
I don't think it was seconded yet, so.
yes, it was. Mr. Davis did.
Oh, you can
Can I amend?
amend it, yeah.
I'd like to amend it to include a 30-day grace period and a fee of, what did you suggest, sir?
I would say $75 for the initial fee, and then a reinspection, I'd put 100 so that, we don't have to keep continually going back.
The $75 inspection fee.
What was the permit fee? We didn't mention that. 75. Right?
Are we also discussing
I'm going to go to discussion.
after 30 days, like you brought up something about $1,000 a day fee? Is that part of this motion as well?
It can be up to $1,000, I believe.
What the ordinance says is it can't exceed $1,000, so there's discretion there in what it is, but that always concerns me too, because you have discretion on a case-by-case basis, but you really should be kind of uniform in how you do that. Hopefully once this goes into effect and people understand what they're supposed to do, they're going to do it.
I think there'll be voluntary compliance.
Yes. I think they'll comply because I'm not sure they know now. And
Right.
my understanding is these traps are supposed to be installed already pursuant to the building code.
So we have a motion, properly seconded, and now I'm going to discussion. Mr. Solons?
So why is there an inspection fee and a reinspection fee? I get the reinspection fee. If they were in violation the first time around, but the inspection fee, that feels like we're adding a tax on small businesses that shouldn't be there.
There's an initial, because this was a model ordinance that was developed by the Hampton Roads Sanitation District. And in all fairness to them, they're the leader in this sort of stuff. They're the same group that's doing that SWIFT project, injecting all that water back into the aquifer. It was in here. So it's your decision. You don't have to charge an inspection fee or a reinspection fee or a registration fee, but there's a slot if you want to, and we'll do whatever the board decides to do.
My understanding was the reinspection fee was if you fail, but you're saying
Paragraph B, under capital A, says FSC inspection and reinspection fee shall be in the amount of. That's the way it's been drawn. So there is an inspection fee and a reinspection fee. The idea is to offset the costs of doing it and implementing it. If you want to do that, or you don't have to.
Trying to get compliant. With someone who's not on.
I get that, but help me understand. What am I missing here? I feel like we're putting this new thing out there that we have to inspect them, and I agree with that. But we're going to tell them that we have to inspect you, but you're going to pay us $100 to inspect you, and if you fail, you're going to pay us another $100 to come back. I'm okay with the mandatory inspection. I feel like it ought to be free. Reinspection, though, if you mess it up the first time and we got to come back, now you got to pay.
If I will, I believe that is, these inspectors don't work for free. So someone's gonna pay them.
So like you got to get it, when you get a building permit, you have to pay for the inspection. So it's kind of the same route and it's required by the building code. So there also would be in violation of the building code. So I think the $75 would, and it's only for 60 days at this point, and then we'll go from there.
Just to clarify for everybody, we're just voting on this as a board of directors, but the board of supervisors has to fully, because it has to be an ordinance, correct? Now, Mr. Solms.
So is the inspection a one-time thing, or is it a recurring thing where they're going to have to pay another $100 every year for us to come back?
Mr. Savi.
One of the things that we've looked at, Mr. Dines and Ms. Fish have looked at a program where these people can record their information and put it right into the system so that we can monitor it and so forth. But I would anticipate most jurisdictions do an annual inspection in that. So now if someone's problematic or so forth, it's causing an issue, then, and not doing what they're supposed to, then I guess we would have to go back out there.
So when you fail in this building inspection, you paid the fee and they keep coming out until you get it right, or they close you down. So it's the same kind of thing.
No, I'm fine with charging them to come back if they fail. What I'm not fine with is charging them $100 every year to operate. That's an additional $100 tax in a county where we already have a reputation for being hard on small businesses anyway.
So my discussion argument would be that this is a 60-day emergency ordinance. So if the board wants to change the fees after the public hearing, I think it wouldn't be a problem. It's not set in stone at this point. It's just to cover this problem that's an emergency. No more cans.
Madam Chair, if it is a point of contention, you're doing a grace period for fines. You could also waive fees initially if you want to do that until you have the public hearing with the public and actually adopt the full ordinance at a later time if it makes board members more comfortable.
I'll make an amendment.
Right, before you make your amendment, I just want to make sure everybody else down here has. Mr. Davis, did you have any? Lee?
I think for Mr. Sullins, what you were saying, I kind of agree with you. But as someone who pays into the service authority, it's tough to say for a business who's more than likely potentially creating this problem to have the funders of the service authority pay the full brunt of that. I can see both sides, so I agree. I think Mr. Stewart's point of maybe during the emergency piece, we waive some of those fees, I think I would agree with. But then as the full ordinance goes through, I think it would be, it's a cost of doing business at this point. If you're going to be in food in this industry, then it's a small cost. I think it's not exorbitant. So I think it should be allowable. But that's what I got. Thank you.
So I'll make it a second amendment to the original motion to waive the fees until the public hearing, which will be until the 60 days are over.
All right. Do I have a second of that?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Solons. Mr. Stewart, is that fine the way it has been spoken so far? So we can go for vote? All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any nays? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. This will come back up in the Board of Supervisors meeting. So we've had a lengthy service authority, in which we haven't had in a while. I'm going to pass over my monthly report. We kind of have talked about basically everything from it, the FOG program, working. The one thing I want to mention is Mr. Rasavi and I have been talking with, he's been crunching the numbers for everything on the service authority, including the rate structure, the debt. And so we have talked to Davenport, and at a future board meeting, once firm numbers, we will be bringing back more information to reconsider and look at that. I know the customers have been looking for that, so it is coming. It's just we're making sure everything is correct and the numbers are right before the bring forward. So with that, I will now open the secondary public comment to address meeting business matters only. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Would anybody like to get up and speak? Go ahead.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, regarding the ordinance you guys just dealt with. Carrots beat sticks. And so somehow in your structure, I haven't read through the thing. Consider some kind of way in which these 59 businesses can give you the data that they are getting their fog taken care of by a vendor somewhere. I was at a business the other day, and they had this big old giant truck, and he had this big old tube, and it was down, through well, I want to say hubcap. That's not what it is, but anyway, the big old disc that covered that tank that they were sucking that stuff out of. If you got a report that had been done, that's one less person that you really have to worry about, because they've got a vendor and they're taking care of this. It's the little guy who's got this backyard operation, and the we'll say unlicensed individual customers who aren't businesses. Those are the guys you really got to worry about. And so somehow in your ordinance, you need to consider those things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Dodge, I saw you start to get up earlier.
Kim Dodge, James Madison District. I forgot the name of what's the name of that? Drop? Okay. So my concern is I have many utilities. So, and I also have a business, and I run that off my phone and email. And then my phone will say, you're overloaded. Okay. And a lot of people here do not have internet service. Okay. And it's all, and like the power goes off and everything like that. I really don't want to know my data on water use, and because that's just another stressor for me, and I'm trying to delete my stressors. I still like to get a paper bill. I go over it and write out a check still, because that way I do catch errors. Okay, I understand like they want you to about water leaks and pipes bursting. I do understand that. My concern that if King George County goes with them and I opt out, is my data going to be put to them? Is what I want to know, because I am concerned about then legal authority can come in later and pull that information from them. Now they could probably do it from your data too, because we're probably going to get to a point where our water is going to be cut off, and if we're using too much water, or they didn't like something I said, so my water is going to be cut off. So what I want to know is if I'm going to opt out of that, does that company get my data still, even though I opted out? Is what my question.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else have any questions? Is anybody online, Mr. Dines?
No, Madam Chair.
Did anybody else get any correspondence while we were here? All right. With that being said, do I have a motion
Madam
for?
Chair,
Oh, go ahead, Mr.
before you move to adjourn, I thought that I heard Mr. Collins include in his motion to advertise for the position of inspector and fog coordinator. You did, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. I'm just confirming that. There was some confusion about that, and I thought I heard you say it.
And Mr. Rasavi, I know because this will be a question, is did we get from HR the exact salary range yet? And the reason why we don't have that, this is a new, when we created it, the job description, we didn't have a salary range. So they are reaching out to other localities that have this to get a salary range of what it is. I know this is an important question that's always asked. So we do not have that data on the salary range yet.
But it's not going to be $32,000 a day.
No, it will not be $32,000 a day.
I would also like to concur, Pastor Shaw, thank you. I agree with him that there ought to be something anyway, that if you're a restaurant or any that's handling these types of products, you should have to show that you're handling those things. You should have to show that there is a third party that's coming in, a service that's taking care of those things for you. I don't know why isn't there? That should be something that they have to do anyway.
Sort of like pumping out your septic tank,
You have to show that someone's taking care of that.
But Mr. Dines and Ms. Fish have looked at a program that could be part of a presentation that you input this data, correct, Mr. Dines?
Oh, yes, Madam Chair. It's very easy to read, very visual. So you would have access to that, and this new person that you would be hiring would have access to that to keep track of everyone. And it would be the responsibility of the restaurant to also provide that information to you. You have all your dates of when things have been done, have been checked out. If you have a company that comes in, there are many companies in this area that will pump out that grease. It's a very tough job, and apparently they can do it just like that. If anyone tries to do it manually, it would take forever to scoop all that stuff out. If I was at a restaurant this week and they actually told me, I asked them, I was like, do you all ever get your grease taken away the way it should be? Because, oh yeah, we just did it last week. And it was one of the area families around. Everyone knows this one family, and they do that, and they come every once in a while and take care of that for them. So you will be able to keep track of it. Anyone you would like all the board members could if they wanted to. But it's up to the person who owns the restaurant to make sure that things are operating the way they should be and they're up to date. And you can even have fines come from those notifications within the software. Now we've looked at 2, and we probably have to look at 3 because of the cost, but it's really not that bad, and it really seems so easy that I think it would be a great thing for the county. Ms. Fish will attest to that.
And when can you bring a presentation on that in, Mr. Dines, for a meeting? Next meeting or 2 meetings, you think?
We're going to have a real demo we had one information session and a demo with one company, and we had another one that was just an information session. So we're supposed to have a demo this week. And I guess we'll have to get one more to have 3 for procurement purposes.
So maybe by the second meeting in August, you can have a presentation of,
Sure. We also, I think the first one, since we had our own little demo, didn't they say that they would actually come to a board meeting and show us too, if we wanted? So you could have more details since they would be the authorities on it.
well, I'm putting, for Ms. Fish, you just sent us an email about agenda items to the second meeting in August, a presentation on, what do you call it, the exact service?
BMP,
BMP.
follow the BMP.
Okay. Thank you. So do I, any other questions? Mr. Davis, do you have one? Okay. Anybody else? A motion for adjournment for the Service Authority?
Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn to August 6, 2024 at 5:30 PM in the boardroom of the Revercombe Building.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second, properly second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion carries. The Service Authority is adjourned. And back to you, Mr. Collins.
Public hearing, case 711, case.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kennedy. Is it okay if I see if I can change Mr. Sally's microphone?
We're going to take a 3-minute break. We're in 3-minute recess. Get it going because we have 11 o'clock deadline already. We're now at the session. Public hearing 711, case number 2405, amendment to chapter 5.5, article 1 of the King George County Wetland Ordinance to include division 4, coastal primary and dune ordinance to align with state code 28.2-1403 as required by the Code of Virginia. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will give you a quick presentation. So as a result of a law change last year, the county was required to adopt this coastal sand dune ordinance. When you talk about sand dunes, King George County, we talk about that building walkway on the beach or doing this sort of thing. Virginia code now requires that we adopt this model ordinance. We've called a lot of other counties because of the activities. Really don't want to do that because then if you have any wetland space in the county, if you've got like the waterfront, they have to go to PMRC. That is it in a nutshell. This part of the state code that applies to you have further Board of Supervisors, Alderman, Public Hearing, Regard 7-11, Public comment limited to 2 minutes. Speaker may record the room after you speak. Record the room address during comment. On completion of public comment, I'll bring the matter back to the board for consideration. Any public comment in regards to public hearing legislation. Seeing none, I'll bring the matter back to the board. Sorry, I was reading. You have to open the board. Thank you.
I'll make a motion. I hope I read this right. I'll make a motion to pass an amendment to chapter 5.5, article 1 of the King George County Wetlands Ordinance to include division 4 coastal primary sand dune ordinance to align with 28.2-1403 as required by Virginia code.
Second. Properly second. Is there any discussion? Adopting the model ordinance, which updates the ordinance and didn't tell you the thing. I've read the ordinance itself. You are subject to these ordinances and it is what about you have to. There is other discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those not? Roll call, Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Davis. Aye. Bender.
Aye.
Sullivan. Thank you. Next public hearing will be 7-11, case number 2405, SWA1 amendment to chapter 5.5, article 2 of the King George County Stormwater Ordinance to replace article 2 model ordinance consistent with Virginia Code 62 1 44.2 27 required by the Code of Virginia. King George Supervisor will open public comment after hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this was an update to the code that requires the county updates with regard to their stormwater enforcement and management programs. And you all are somewhat familiar with this background. County does stormwater enforcement. Years ago, this law came into effect. Previously adopted to do their own stormwater storage, which means they enforce all of the stormwater regulations within the county, be it 5,000 square feet, 40,000 square feet, big project, whatever it is. I talked to you back in May about the possibility of issuing the queue to allow them to do the larger stuff, which would basically money. At the time, I proposed to cons to it. The pro is to save money. The con is you've got to get down to the on the huge county. Anyway, that just to bring this to the concept. Before we do anything, and you all don't have to make that decision tonight, because you all adopted 7 years ago to be your own stormwater authority, you now have to update your ordinance. It is mandated to them.
Nothing to do with this public hearing, but more rather whether or not this board wants to keep the stormwater program here in the county or send it back to the state. It doesn't impact this particular one, but I know there was some conversation. And as an economic development director in the Commonwealth of Virginia, I've fought to keep the stormwater regulations at the local level in my previous locality. This is important because time is money when projects come in. If the state has 90 days to review a plan, I can go to one of my staff members and say, get it done in 10 days. This is a multi-million dollar company here coming. Let's move this one along. If it transfers back to the state, we're bound, they can 89, 90 days, and that's the law. And they're within the parameters of the law. So be my recommendation as an individual with economic development experience to keep it here at the local level.
It's just a good public hearing on this case.
You would need to approve this to keep it in line with the state code change. If we do in fact want to keep the stormwater program here at the local level.
Mr. Chairman, I probably gave too much information, but we talked about this back in May. This one is still, we have to take this first. We have to take this step regardless of what we all decide to do. But we must do this at the time I think Virginia law because we adopted the water authority. And then we can talk about the other way that we all want to about petitioning to either you all being responsible like people or you down just trying to get the good. The thing that I forgot to mention is that the planning commission did hear this and have a lot of public hearing. Now I will now open the public comment and we're doing really good what everyone has to do. Comment. Really not exactly public comment. This correspondence. Demand it back to the board. Make a motion to
the approved case number 24-05. Amendment to chapter 5, article 2, changes stormwater ordinance to replace the article with the BPC model ordinance system with paragraph 16.1-44.15 required by Virginia Code.
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion on the matter? By roll call, Mr. Stroud. Aye. Davis. Bender. Jones. Aye. Chair votes aye. Also, Mr. Mullen, can you bring back the Mr. Chairman, right now it rests with anything that would officially be to take over the biggest steps. So there's no change. County. All right, now, 7-13, the Kingo Benefit Size, we hold a public hearing that is properly advertised to see public interest regarding VDOT resolution for Hopper section 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and Old Wharf Road section 8, section 12, section 13, section 14, section 15, section 16.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So, as you know, Hop Yard is developing now. These roads were intended to be turned into the secondary system, the state system, I'm sorry. The resolutions before you tonight are in accordance with state code. The board is requesting Virginia Department of Transportation to accept these roads. The punches have been complete, they're ready to go. So, you can adopt them all at the same time. Or you can adopt them individually, but this will be sent on once, approved by the Board of Supervisors to the Virginia Department of Transportation to get the roads into the system. There are maps included with each of the resolutions highlighting. There's a map and then a segment so you can see exactly which segments of the road are requesting being accepted into the VDOT system.
Alrighty, thank you for that. Board report. Open public comment is limited to 2 minutes. Speaking here before everyone has to speak. Please state your name and address for the record upon speaking. The matter back to the board for consideration. Anyone for public comment? Any written documentation? Seeing none, I'll bring the matter back to the board. Members?
Make a motion to adopt Hop Yard sections 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 Old Wharf Road into the VDOT system.
Properly second. Any discussion on the matter? Seeing none, by roll call, Mr. Stroud. Aye. Davis? Finley?
Aye.
Sullivan? Aye. Chair votes aye. Thank you. Now we'll come down presentation. Comments, all points, broadband, Kingo County. Public comment. Follow up. So, the other gentleman, two different things going on.
In individual locations all the time. I got a slide. Chairman, members of the board, updates. Got a lot of highlight here is back early in the network cabinet 3 areas is to make both ends still functioning. To get there was a lot of work between Dominion and Northern Neck Electric Cooperative. We all points surveyed about 4,400 poles. Ultimately, we needed 3,500 electric utility poles to be made ready for our attachment. To put that in perspective, on an average year before these broadband projects, a company like Dominion across their entire service territory, all the cities everywhere, they do about 9 or 10,000 in a year. So 3,500 is a big deal. It's a great achievement, and not only does it make the poles ready for our attachment, but it strengthens your electric grid. So great benefit there. Also, Dominion Energy Virginia, they participate in a what's called a middle mile statute. So in Virginia, they are allowed to build fiber optic cable to serve unserved locations, and they charge us for that. And typically, you know, an electric provider like that is not in the telecommunications business, so they had to get permission for that. Part of this project was a pilot program for the state. It was so successful that they opened the cap on this, and a lot of projects around the state are copying what we pioneered here on the Northern Neck. So all their 86 miles are done. We've also built about 200 miles of fiber. So between those, the middle mile and the last mile, that's how all of the residents can get their service. We don't preemptively go out onto people's property and install the last section of fiber called the drop until they actually subscribe to our service. But all of the middle mile, all of the last mile, that's all done. The final grant and paperwork and closeout and reporting we expect to do probably in September or October, and that's for across the whole regional project through the Northern Neck Planning District Commission. Got a slide on the overall project stats and how King George fits into that, and then I want to also hit on the BEAD funding overview. That's the next program to provide broadband funding to locations that are now eligible or that weren't in our original project. There are a couple maps in here for reference. So this is how we split up the county into 6 different fiber service areas. That first one that we turned on, that was in King 3. And as the middle mile and last mile fiber was constructed and activated, we turned on different fiber service areas. The last one we turned on June 10th. Here are the all points broadband miles. There's some gaps in between the miles. So red is underground, blue is aerial. You can see some isolated pockets of where it looks like a line isn't connected to anything else. That is where we connect to Dominion Energy's 86 miles. So I don't map their fiber on here, but that is why there are some areas that are appearing to be isolated. They're not, they're all connected. So some of those gaps are Dominion middle mile. We want folks to go to apbfiber.com. This is the way the website looks today on July 29th. We're rolling out a new, more user-friendly website, but they have 2 options. So go to apbfiber.com. You can click either the Get Started button, or or on the right-hand side, we have a little blue icon for a chat. And that goes directly to our customer support reps. Half of them are located in Warsaw, maybe a quarter work from home, a quarter in another All Points Broadband office, but a lot of them, you know, they're relatively local. They're not in some foreign country somewhere trying to figure out the answer for your problem. These are folks who live in the project area, and they try to be really helpful on the chat. So we want people to go to apbfiber.com, click Get Started, put in your address. Now, this address database is managed by All Points Broadband, and we use some vendors to verify the exact address based on your USPS or the Federal Communications Commission's database of where broadband is or is not located. And not every address has the exact correct response. So while you're typing it in, if you go to the website, the database is trying to auto-fill and put in your address to help it be mobile friendly, but it doesn't always give the right response back in terms of whether or not the address is in a project area, and I assume you get emails about this. So if there are questions like that, like the one from Mr. Jones or Ms. Sherry, where they get a response that doesn't seem correct, please send me the address. And I can work that through the different tracks in our company. You know, the first line customer support rep, they have a pretty good idea of the 5 or 6 different state, federal, and local funding programs and how it applies to each location, but they got a pretty big volume of addresses to go through. And so if you have one that is quirky or doesn't seem quite right, or you need some more details on, please send it to me and I will run that down. Usually get a response back in about 8 or 10 days. For the most part, we have very, very happy customers. I know you can't probably read this from your screen, but I took a screenshot today of our Google online reviews. 4.6 stars is pretty good for an internet service provider. Most of the larger companies have found out a way to make it so you can't even leave a review like this, but you know, these call out customer support reps by name or field technicians. You know, we really go above and beyond to try to make the customer experience be as good as possible. And with 630 folks subscribed so far, most of them are very happy, but again, there are some addresses that slip through the cracks, so please let me know. We talk about service levels and affordability. Right now, there is a program called the Affordable Connectivity Program. It's a federal subsidy program that is not accepting new enrollees, but if you're enrolled in this program, you get $30 a month off based on your household income. And that's eligible, or it's applicable to all of our service levels. Before you sign up, we can verify whether or not you can use your ACP discount with all points. You may already do that for maybe your T-Mobile phone service or your Verizon phone service. You can't double dip, but we do want to get you that discount if you're eligible. So here are the service levels. We start out at 50 by 50 megabits per second, all the way up to 1,000 megabits or a gigabit. The network that we built today is capable of delivering 10 gigabits in each direction. So upload and download to every single location with a pretty straightforward electronics upgrade. No residential user could possibly use 10 gigabits today. If frankly, a gigabit is more than you need. Our entire office at headquarters runs on 1 gigabit service, and it's perfectly fine. So, but we need to build in that extra capacity so that 10 or 20 years from now, when maybe you do need 10 gigabits, you're not rebuilding this whole fiber network, you're just upgrading the electronics. When it comes to customer installation fees or the contribution fee for a standard installation, if you are in what's called phase 1, which is probably 2/3 of the county, it's $99 for within 500 feet. We don't charge anything from 500 to 1,000 feet, and then after that, we charge $2 a foot up to your home. The way that the grant contract works, that we applied for and were approved for, is that we can charge up to our cost plus 10% for anything after 500 feet. But we want to bring that down for the customer. We want people to subscribe, so we don't charge anything before 1,000 feet, and it's only $2 feet a dollar, or 2 feet a foot after that. So pretty substantial discount on the grant parameters there for phase 1. In phase 2, this is a different funding program that the state used federal dollars for our phase 2 program, and different rules for what is considered served. So we charge $199, and for the first 12 months after your fiber service area is turned on, there is no long drop fee. So that's about 1/3 of the locations in the county, and we try to communicate to them based on their address specifically what they can sign up for. Miss Cherry in the back here, she's in phase 1. She says she has about a mile driveway, so she's going to get, you know, a mile less 1,000 feet times $2 a foot. And, you know, we're supposed to do a survey. We'll share that information with the customer, make sure we tell them exactly where we're going. They're not obligated to do anything until they've seen that survey and they agree to the price. We don't charge people until they've actually verified that.
Mr. Ennis?
Yeah.
Right here. So rather than wait until the end and you having to go back to the slide, if I ask a question now,
Go ahead.
what if that fiber line is running on one side of a road
Yes, sir.
and you have to cross the road for these different houses? Is that same
Same thing. It's the distance from, so when we design this network, whether it is blue, which is on a Dominion or Northern Neck electric pole, or red and it's underground, we put these splice boxes out in the field that looks like a little Ethernet port or a modem, kind of like that black device with plugs that you can plug in. There's a port for every single home in the project. And, you know, some homes are closer to it than others, and we stage them appropriately throughout the network. So if that box for your home is across the street, there's no extra fee to connect to it unless you're more than 1,000 feet away. So
I didn't know about getting that fiber that's under the ground, under the road.
Or even if it's under the road, under the ground, that's included in that distance.
Nice. Okay, so what about new construction?
Good question. So I got a slide on locations, but if you are not in if you're not in the initial grant funded area that went through a challenge process and that the county and the state and the feds have signed off on, we can't use grant authorized funds to build to a new location that, you know, wasn't a home when we did our grant application. So while we have capacity ready for that home, we're not going to serve them until we close out our grant and then we come back in and add them to the network.
Okay, so the terms you used were location and area. So in these areas,
yes,
it's within these areas.
It's within that area, and you had to be a location that went through a challenge process.
Which is an address.
Yes, sir. So we put together our grant application in the first phase in 2020, and across the Northern Neck, Atlantic Broadband, which is now called Breezeline, challenged 1,000 locations, saying, well, we provide service here, you know, take these out. Not a single one was correct. We were accurate in saying that they were all unserved. But if you don't go through that process, then you're not eligible for grant funding. So I can't just add an address without going through the challenge process. Mr. Jones back here, his address was not one of these that was included for whatever reason. Could have been he was in an area that Atlanta Broadband claimed to be served. So last November, we put his address through a challenge process to make sure it would be eligible for the next funding round. And we can't build to them without, we can't build to them with government subsidy without going through the challenge process. So we've done that on a couple hundred more locations in the county. We did that back in November. We don't know exactly when the results of that will be, but that's for the BEAD program. I got a couple slides on that, and I can talk to you about those addresses. Okay. Then the last section down here on the installation, a two-step process. So we'll build a network from the last mile fiber, that port on a terminal, to the outside of their home. We do a misutility marking. We mark all the public utilities. We ask the homeowner for any assistance marking where their irrigation or dog fence or what have you may be in their yard. And then we schedule at their convenience the indoor portion, which a homeowner does have to be present for. So two-phase process there on the install. Just to level set of where we are across the 5 counties. So this was a historic public-private partnership. The Northern Neck Planning District Commission with the 5 counties, put this initial grant together back in 2020. Before these kinds of large projects involving an ISP and electric utilities were really getting steam or had even been successful yet. Each of the 5 counties contributed $650K, which is earned on a reimbursement basis. The rest of the county's portion won't come to us until we do the grant closeout. Between the All Points private capital, the other funding that's in the project, the commitments from Dominion and Northern Neck Electric Co-op, you're getting about a 1 to 20 investment ratio here. So for every dollar, you're getting about $20 worth of infrastructure invested in your county. We've done 2 successful rounds of the Virginia Telecommunications Initiative. We've already finished our Rural Digital Opportunity Fund application several years ahead of the deadline. And we already deployed all of the funding for the American Rescue Plan Act, which was phase 2 for you all. It's also the first successful use of the utility middle mile program by Dominion Energy. And across the whole Northern Neck, we made ready 23,000 electric poles, probably 6,000 or 8,000 more in there that we surveyed that we didn't need through the process. It'll result in 1,200 miles of brand new All Points fiber, 330 miles of Dominion fiber, and we're going to hit about 10,000 homes across the Northern Neck. So, locations that are outside of the 2 Beatty projects. This happens for a couple of reasons. You would think, when you see these areas, we're doing this project, why could there be more locations? 2 reasons. There's a change in eligibility criteria. So, before, the level of being eligible for broadband was much lower. Now they've redefined broadband and it's a higher level. So if in the past you would not have been eligible for funding, now that the level and definition of broadband is much higher, you're all of a sudden unserved, even though your actual service to your home hasn't changed. So when I talk about service level, in 2020, the definition of broadband was 25 megabits down. And now you need to have access to at least 100 megabits. So if you don't have that access, mainly what's known as DSL fiber or DSL broadband, you're now eligible for the grant program. The second thing that changed is the way that the federal mapping of broadband is organized. It used to be on a census block level. So if one location in a census block was served, then the whole census block was presumed ineligible for federal funding. And now the reporting is on a location by location basis. So I'm willing to bet that Mr. Jones here was in a census block that was served and not eligible for funding. Now that we know on a location by location who can get broadband, he's going to be eligible for the BEAD program. So how can you help? Send folks to the website. If you hear of any areas or neighborhoods or maybe a new development that comes in that they don't have broadband, let me know. And then assume that the federal communications data is helpful and it's more accurate than it used to be, but it's not always 100% correct. So as part of the Federal Infrastructure Act, there's a program called BEAD. Virginia was allocated $1.48 billion. They are still working on the final guidelines and the actual locations that are eligible for this. All Points Broadband, we're the largest participant in the challenge process. We did 100,000 of them across the state. It's more than half of all of those submitted from all providers. Because we want to make sure that the data is correct, the dollars go to the people who need it, not to folks who already have service. As soon as the rules are officially approved by the federal agency, we'll share that with you all, but this is tentatively what they have planned. So a BEAD applicant, like All Points Broadband, would need to serve 95% of this new list of locations in every single zip code tabulation area. You all have 2 ZCTAs in the county. It's really just 1 plus Dahlgren. When they kick off the program, there's going to be a 60-day period for us to write a letter saying that we're interested in King George County, which we obviously would say. And then there's a 90-day period to actually put the application together. Here on the bottom is how they break out the scores. So 45%, how few dollars do you ask per location? Are you going to make sure that people can have gigabit service? Are you going to do fair labor practices? Can you deliver this within 3 years? Are you committing to 95%? And does the locality support the project? So this is how BEAD will be rolled out in Virginia. The timing on that is to be determined. It's a federal agency, has to approve a state agency's plan. So I'm not going to speculate on how much longer that'll take. But happy to answer any questions about the current project, customer onboarding process, BEAD, anything you got.
All righty, Ms. Bender.
Yes, thank you for coming and presenting. As I mentioned you in the audience, I mean, several of us who I know myself, I probably get an email once a week from especially residents in Shiloh having a lot of questions about service, and you have been answering all of them. But it is also good to hear that the FCC is not going to do the census block anymore. That is good to hear.
A great change, yes.
I know I'm one of those who gets stuff. I already have Starlink, sorry, so it's working good. But I am happy because that opens it up for a lot of people, because one of my complaints was, you have a road like the person in the audience that's a mile back. Yeah, I could bring Breeze Line down, but it's the cost to put it down is a lot of money. And that's a cost of entry that a lot of residents can't afford. So I appreciate seeing that and being open to, when we get more questions, we'll send them your way. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any more questions? Mr. Stroud?
Yes, sir. Do you use subcontractors to to put those into the residences?
Not in the home, but the construction work on the mainline fiber, that's pretty much all contractors. And then for the work from the terminal to the outside of their home is split between contractors and All Points employees. The portion in the home is All Points employees.
Okay, because I had one of my constituents who lived in the neighborhood, and I believe one of the subcontractors, they came in and they were supposed to meet him to provide service. They didn't meet. He had written a note for where to them to avoid or whatever, and they dug through a drain line and through his septic. So
Yeah, so that would be the outside portion split. Sometimes it's a contractor, sometimes it's an All Points employee. But if you have that address and you can send it to me, I will follow up and make sure that they do the remediation and make it right.
thank you.
All right. Is there any other? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Secondary public comment to address business meeting. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak, please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment, so it can be properly included in the record. Is there anybody for public comment? Is there anyone online? Is there anyone still awake? Is there any written correspondence? Alrighty, we'll close public comment. All right, now we'll move to action items. 7:15, King George County Board of Supervisors resolution to request Circuit Court to order a special election on question of issuing general obligation bonds in the maximum amount of $57 million for school purposes. Mr. Stewart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you all recall, meeting before last, you instructed me to draft the necessary documents to get a bond referendum for the preschool through, I guess it was pre-K through third, on the general election ballot in November. So the first thing that you have is a resolution for you all to adopt. What I would ask you to look at, make sure you're okay with, is the question on the second page of the resolution. That is how it will appear on the ballot.
Can you read it?
Yes, sir, I can. Shall King George County, Virginia contract a debt and issue its general obligation bonds in the maximum principal amount of $57 million pursuant to the Public Finance Act of 1991 as amended for the purposes of financing the cost of the acquisition, design, construction, and equipping of a new pre-K through fifth grade elementary school that will serve the residents and students of King George County. And then it's either yes or no. That is exactly how it will appear on the ballot, and that is the most straightforward question that I could think of. I drafted this, I sent it to bond counsel, Dan Siegel, who has represented the county on bond offerings for right many years, as I understand it. He's reviewed and approved this. We also did a resolution for the school board. Under the law, this starts with the school board. The statute requires that the school board first ask for this and adopt a resolution. They have adopted their resolution, and I've seen that they did it at their meeting last night. So for you all to go forward, you would first need to adopt this resolution, and then I've got a couple documents for you in the next case.
Okay,
This needs to be done before anything else.
all ready? Bring it back to the board. No one for a motion?
I'll take a shot at it, but I do have a question in the discussion after it. Okay. I'll make a motion for the King George County Board of Supervisors resolution to request circuit court to order a special election on the question of issuing general obligation bonds in the maximum amount of $57 million for school purposes. What part? I'm just reading this. Do I need a little bit more there, Mr. Stewart?
And the resolution as presented.
As presented. Sorry about that. Blank there for a moment.
All ready? Is there a second?
Second.
Properly second. Discussion. Ms. Bender?
One of my discussion, I said to a couple residents who had called me about this concern is I want to make sure to understand that if this is a no, we need to what is our plan? And we need to have a plan if it comes up as the residents say no.
Okay. Any other discussion? All ready?
Yeah.
You have discussion, Mr. Stroud?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
So I think to Ms. Bender's comment is we have time from now until then to come up with that plan. But I think it goes back to the requirement in the first place, which goes to the data and validating the data. So, and that'll be more discussion. There was also some comments last night from the school board regarding the amount and capping the amount, but I think that the amount as written is fine with that. Anything that, sir?
And you can issue bonds up to 57 million. Doesn't mean you have to. You can negotiate, but that's the maximum amount you can issue.
Sure.
So one of the concerns last night was, is 57 million enough? Is that going to cover all the equipment, the desks, the whatever instructional equipment goes into a school? Is 57 million going to be enough?
So they for discussion, that's the number they gave us. So that's the number they gave us from Mosley. It's included in our documents that's been provided to them, that they provided to us long ago. And it didn't seem to,
I got you. I'm just relaying the conversation from last night.
So it's up to $57 million. It's not over $57 million. Or it could be less. And I have a feeling that with Mr. Stroud on board, it will be way less. That's just my personal opinion.
And Mr. Chairman, I will remind the board as well that, was it last year? There was a bond issuance for both the fire station and the school. So, and that money's not been spent.
Right. That's correct.
Mr. Chair, I was going to bring that up, Mr. Stewart, to come in. And Mr. Smolnick and I, when we went to the Coalition of High Growth Communities, we had just chatted with a couple of the localities, and we mentioned the amount that this is, and we were surprised because they built schools for more. Correct me, I don't remember the exact amounts, but I remember one locality, it was $100 million. That's an expensive school, but it was like a middle school, high school. So unfortunately, 57 million is not out of the range of what a school costs at this moment.
So,
Mr. Stroud?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Is there, like, we have a challenge getting together, communicating like this because we're limited as to how we can do it and such. But Can we have like a team or somebody, set something aside? I'm not sure how that structure is, but that puts together RFIs and starts evaluating the data. I mean, something to start digging into this a little deeper, so we're not resting on other people to provide us information.
So yes, Mr. Stroud, to answer your question, yes. So this referendum is to put it on we don't have to do this.
Right.
Because they vote to do it, it means that we can do it.
Right.
That the voters wanted to do it, but we don't have to have a general obligation bond for that amount of money if we don't want to.
Yes, sir. I support the resolution. And I'm just saying that we also take a measure to do our homework between now and then without having to wait until a board meeting and being here all night trying to do it.
I think that's a good plan. Mr. Davis, anything?
I concur.
Okay. So, all right. So that we had a motion, a second, and vote by roll call. Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Mr. Davis.
Aye.
Sullins.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay. 7:16, petition for referendum for school bonds and order a special election for November 5th, 2024 ballot. Petition for referendum, order for special election for referendum. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is in fact the petition where we are asking the circuit court to place the same question that I just read on the November 15th ballot. And following that is the order that the judge would enter so that it would appear on the ballot. Again, I drafted this. I sent it to Mr. Siegel. He has approved everything. And if you all approve this, and that's what I really need is approval of this petition and order, then we'll give a certified copy of the resolution with this to the court, and the judge will enter the order, and I'll get that done quickly so that it will appear on the ballot.
Okay. Motion.
I move that we approve the petition as presented in the agenda package and presented by Mr. Stewart.
And order. And order.
And order.
Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
Probably second. Is there any discussion? Stroud? Okay. Seeing no discussion, I'll bring it to the members for vote by roll call. Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Alrighty. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Awards of goods and service agreement to computer cabling and technology services for Countrywide Fiber 2. Board report, Ms. Kimberly Cook.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I brought this before you at the last meeting. Procurement issued a solicitation for the installation of countywide fiber phase 2 for two proposals were received. In-person interviews were conducted and Computer Cabling and Technology Services, Inc. was found to have submitted the lowest responsible and responsive proposal for this project in the amount of $368,540. This project received CIP funding for FY22. Staff recommends the board authorize the county administrator to execute a goods and services agreement with Computer Cabling and Technology Services in the amount of $368,540, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
Go ahead, sir.
I move that we authorize the county administrator to execute a goods and services agreement with Computer Cabling and Technology Services Incorporated in the amount of $368,540, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney.
Second.
Properly seconded. Any discussion on the matter? Seeing none, roll call. Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
7:18, fog, fast oils, grease, model ordinance, Mr. Razavi.
Mr.
think we still have the mic's not working. Is it? I believe you've already taken the necessary action for this, so unless you would want me to.
Is there any other action required by the Board of Supervisors?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that you all took action as the Board of Directors, and I think if you're going to adopt a county ordinance, you need to do it as Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
So I think you can just entertain the same motion that you had on the last one.
All right.
I'll make a stab at the motion. I would like to make a motion for King George County to adopt FOG or fats, oils, and grease model ordinance and put it out for public hearing.
And an emergency ordinance.
An emergency ordinance and put it out for public hearing, correct?
For 60 days.
Waiving the fines for 30 days and waiving the registration and inspection fees during the pendency of this emergency ordinance. That's what I understood.
So moved.
Last motion.
Cheating. Second?
Second.
Properly second. We will go ahead and do a roll call on this one, Mr. Stroud.
I need a clarification, sir, that was there going to be a charge for the first inspection? No? Okay.
No, sir. The motion was to waive all fees, registration or inspection during the pendency of the emergency ordinance, which will be until you take formal action and have a public hearing, and to waive any fines for 30 days.
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
It's clarified. Is there a fee to us?
No, you're not charging a registration.
I'm not even talking about charging them. I'm talking about, is there a fee to us to get this done?
Yes, there's going to be a fee because I'm going to remind you after you finish that you're going to also take action to authorize advertisement for a person to inspect and be the FOG coordinator.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
All right. Chair votes aye. So
Mr. Chair, I need to bring up a clarification because the way Norm and I basically set this job, it would come from the service authority.
Then you don't have to do it. I do everything out of an abundance of caution.
It's all good, but just for clarity, because the job would come, the employee would be with the service authority.
Okay. Then you don't need to do it again.
Is there any input, Mr. Smollett? Is there any conflict? Okay. All righty. Next one is 719, consideration of request for project 516. Mr. James Robinson, thanks for waiting. Designation for as tax exempt real estate taxation board report certification of goods and standing 58.1-3651 Code of Virginia. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and board members. Wanted to start just by saying what a pleasure it's been already to work with King George County. I've had the pleasure of speaking with Deanna Price in the Commissioner of Revenue's office and Ms. Jackie Fish, the Director of Administrative Services, and they've both been really great to work with. I've also spoken with Mr. Smollett several times. So after speaking during open comment at the last meeting, I was also able to speak with Sheriff Giles, and we're already working on possibility of us teaming up with his department on doing a project for a veteran down in the Dahlgren district. 516 project is dedicated to our mission of building access to hope. We believe that through our efforts, we can bring about significant and positive change in our community, state, and country. 516 project comes from Matthew 5:16. Let your light so shine before men, they would see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. And that's our goal, to be a shining light in our community to serve those in need. I founded 516 Project in 2016, and since that time, we've been able to serve thousands of people, many right here in King George County. Through our programs of home repair, disaster response, and a newest edition of Servings of Hope feeding ministry, we are committed to mobilizing volunteers and resources to help those who are often overlooked. Our projects range from simple home repairs to complex modifications, all aimed at making the home safer and more accessible for those with disabilities, the elderly, low-income families. By doing so, we strive to build a stronger and more resilient community. Already this year, we've served over 1,000 people We built 15 wheelchair ramps, remodeled 3 bathrooms for handicap access, and provided over 600 meals to those with food insecure. In addition, we've responded to 2 tornadoes, one in Florida and one in Tennessee, providing salvage work, tree work, and demolition. Most importantly, through all this work, we get to provide hope, letting these folks know that they are loved, cared for, and not forgotten. Your support and encouragement are invaluable to us as we continue to expand our reach and our impact. At the beginning of this year, we moved our warehouse and prep facilities into King George County. We are a little bit unique in the world of small nonprofits because of the work and services that we offer. We own several trucks and trailers, and so with the move into King George County, we registered those items with the county. The reason I'm speaking with you today is to request an exemption from personal property and real property tax for 516 project. As a 501c3 nonprofit organization, every dollar that we receive is very important to the mission and so that we can continue to serve. We are recognized at the federal and state level as tax exempt, as well as sales tax exempt for the state of Virginia. According to the state code, is at the discretion of the Board of Supervisors to grant the personal property and real property tax exemption for 516 project within the county. I've previously emailed you each a copy of the personal property tax invoice we recently received. It's an annual amount of $6,073.78. Wanted to just give a little bit of context behind that. With that amount, based on our current average cost of projects, that would allow us to serve 12 families with home repairs. It would allow us to build 6 wheelchair ramps. And if that was put into our food service program, it would provide 1,104 meals to those that are food insecure. So as you can see, those dollars can be really put into use to serve our community right here at home. But once again, I'd just like to thank you for allowing me to share with you the vision and progress of 516 project. And we really look forward to collaborating and working with King George County in the future.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Robinson? So you're tax exempt 501c3.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't make you tax exempt for the vehicles?
No, sir. The county code states that I guess Mr. Smalley can talk to it, but the county code states it has to go to the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, this is actually State Code 58-136-51. Talking to Ms. Puckett about this. So there is a specific provision in State Code for projects just like this, and it clearly states that the Board of Supervisors or the governing body needs to adopt an ordinance approving the exemption of any such equipment. And there are 8 factors that a board shall consider whenever looking at this. Now, I had some conversations with Mr. Stewart earlier on this. The best way to go about this is to adopt an ordinance. We can do this as an ordinance amendment. I know previously I've looked at the taxation code in the local code, and that was done previously. That's chapter 4, section 14. This will require public hearings at the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors levels. And state code clearly indicates that the applicant, just like any other rezoning or special exception permit, the applicant is responsible to cover the cost of those public hearing notifications. So right now, we're looking for some direction from the board prior to going through and submitting this. Is this something that the board would like to consider? Would like staff to go ahead and continue working with the applicant to gain the information to really clearly identify these 8 criteria outlined in state code for a future public hearing at the Board of Supervisors following a public hearing at the Planning Commission?
So a question, would this affect other 501c3s?
So right now, state code, my big thing was churches. What do we think about churches? And we looked at that. There's a specific code for churches. That's state code exempting them from everything. Churches, museums, different things of parks, libraries. If there was an individual who came up to us who did not qualify under that broad provision in state code, they would need to follow 58-136-51, do a presentation, and hold a planning commission public hearing and board public hearing. You would look on it on a case-by-case basis.
All right. So what's the pleasure of the board? This is a discussion item. So you want Mr. Robinson, the county staff to continue with their,
Yes, I want to add one question on there. Is the cost amount that would cost us each year was 6,000 something or other? Forgot the amount. I was.
6,073 and 78 cents.
And then my second question, in the ordinance, in the code, it said they could go back to when it was, I guess, incorporated or came into King George. So how much would that cost the county too?
You know, we would go back and those are some of the numbers that we would run and present to you.
I just wanted to make sure because I'm sure we will get asked, and I will ask that question. So thank you.
any more input on this matter?
I believe we should move forward as long as it's case by case basis and not blanket.
Yes. There. Okay. So the direction will be for the county staff to continue working with you to have the public hearings and go in front of the commission.
Thank you.
Right? Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for waiting all the time, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. I had no idea it was going to be this late. No, I'm sorry. So, county administrator's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things to report for the board. One of them is regarding some conversations that I've had with our treasurer, Mr. Jones. So he received a cash flow analysis from PFM Management out of Richmond that was shared with me late last week. They looked at a period January 21 through April 24 and really to identify the cash flow needs of the county. Even prior to my arrival, I know there were some discussions on how the county was investing their funds. And did we have excess funds sitting in a checking account that could otherwise be invested in an interest-earning account? This study looked at historical balances and seasonal historical fluctuations, and the outcome said that, yes, there are excess funds that the county can have. And even holding, they provided some different cushions. And with the most conservative cushion of a 20% liquidity cushion, there's approximately $20 million that can be invested. So with this, they recommended $10 million into LGIP, which I checked today is earning 5.41%. And then the other into the general fund portfolio through the U.S. Bank. So I just wanted to update the board that these conversations are moving forward with the treasurer to invest some of the funds. So there's really, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I'll follow up with the treasurer to get an update on when these funds will in fact be transferred and invested as recommended.
Yes, sir. I have comments. So,
Mr.
John, it kills me that it's taken this long because I brought this up. Was it February, I think. So we've lost a lot of money, but I also appreciate that now something's been done. I've been in the county like 20 years or 18 years now, and all this time there was a lot of money lost. So the one thing though is PFM did the analysis. I believe that the county, should look at anybody that's investing our money or using our money. I mean, that should be. We need to find out if there's better options. So whoever's investing our money, we shouldn't be paying them to invest our money because they're going to make money off of investing our money right there. So I don't want to pay them to make money off our money.
Yeah, and then just checking. So it is up to the treasurer, a constitutional officer, who can decide how much and where the money is invested. We can make recommendations, but being a constitutional officer, this is one of the rights that they have is to choose the funds to invest in.
Right. So, and Mr. Jones has been working closely with me, and I'm glad about that, and now with yourself. But what happens there needs to be reported back to us. and the public who elected him into office need to know that information, right?
Yeah.
Please, thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions on this topic? Okay, just a couple more. So the board asked me to look at the growth rates of the county. So the Weldon Cooper Center up at UVA, these are the numbers the General Assembly uses. They report, it's right at the end of January, they put out their population projections. The most recent, and they reset at the census. April 1 of 2020 was the April census reset, and the newest figures went through July 1 of 2023. 28,568 people in King George County, which equates to a 3.7% population growth rate. I went ahead and worked with community development to pull the number of COs, certificate of occupancies, issued for new family, new residential dwellings in the county. I went back 5 full years, starting in 2019 through 2023. Those are full calendar years. So I'm just going to read the number of permits, starting with 2019 in each respective year. 154, 171, 180, 196, 206. So a definite linear trend in the upward fashion. And then right now, January 1 through June of 24, we are at 107, which would put us again, continue that upward trend. If we were to hold true, that puts us at 214, another record-breaking year. So we could see 6 straight years of a steady increase in population growth. So it is happening. And one thing that I looked at, I pulled the most recent, I think it was from May. There was a community development director's report looking at the number of plans that were in place. And these numbers are very rough, looking at what was presented at that time versus, the best estimate of what has been approved and out the door as far as a single family permit. There's still 150, 200 homes out there that are parts of developments that can be built. Now, this does not take into consideration the by right uses that are out there right now. You've got all these agricultural properties sitting out there right now where you can put one home on each property. So that's something that we need to think about. And as we look at the ordinance, as I was directed a little earlier in the meeting here, need to think about how ordinances can be adopted to help control growth rate or to incur or to require rezonings, at which the impacts of those rezonings can be looked at through the public hearing process. So long story short, the growth it's been here, it's coming, it's growing, and it keeps on going. Any questions on growth?
I have a comment, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So because this relates to the conversation regarding the school, and I would just like to say that just because there's growth doesn't mean there's an impact on the school. Because there are retirement communities that have very low number of children.
So my discussion in this would be, I only know of one, that's the hop yard on the left. And when I went door to door through there once, and I was surprised how many children were actually there. I thought it was supposed to be for retired folks. But the rest of the properties in King George, there's children. There's children coming out of these places. So, I mean, I understand what you're talking about, Mr. Stroud, to get real numbers. He's been working on getting real numbers and doing a pretty darn good job of, getting all that information. I guess if you drill down in it, you could look at these homes and what type of homes are they? 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 5 bedroom. I don't know if that's what we want to know, because we know with each bedroom there's usually an occupant.
But those occupants, some of them graduate high school each year.
Yep. But if you have, if you have an increase of homes, there's more than likely an increase in students.
But you had a decrease from the ones that graduate high school.
You mean graduation rate?
Right, I mean, just because, so you may have more kids, but you also got, some kids went away. They're no longer in the school.
Well, so like, when you look at the school, when I have looked at the school, you look by grade level. And so there was at one time a cohort, they call them, of sixth graders that were like, I don't know, 500. So normally it's about, let's say 400. So there were a big amount that was moving forward through the years. That's the school's job, is to track these things, to give us accurate numbers. Um, I don't know if we should be doing the school's work. You know what I mean?
Before we spend the money, I think we need to get some analysis, because the thing is, we're talking about preschool and elementary. So we're better at predicting our middle school and high school, because they left the elementary and they're going somewhere. Okay, but preschool and elementary. So what we're saying is, we've got a subdivision, 800 homes, a hop yard. So how many of those families are having more small kids? Now, I know some of them over there have kids that graduate high school and have gone on to college. So they're kind of out of the elementary school running. So that's what I'm talking about, is you're talking about the feeder.
Right. So I don't know, how do we?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to remind the board, first of all, that you're running up on your 10 o'clock deadline if you want to adopt a motion to extend. Secondly, I forgot to mention, I wanted to supplement what Mr. Smolnick said, and it leads into y'all's conversation. There's no study that you can get out there that will show you that residential development pays its way, even with proffers, unless it's a 55-plus community. So even with proffers, residential development will cost the county money, and that expense has to be absorbed by the other taxpayers, citizens of the county, unless it's one of those age-restricted communities where you're supplying only limited services. And I defy anybody to find a study, a legitimate study, that says otherwise.
Okay, so this is a discussion item on the county administrator's report. Do you have any more, sir?
Just two quick items. So we did receive, there's an RFP for proposals for reassessments. We did receive, I believe, I'm looking at Ms. Cook, I think it was 6. I think we got, yeah, I think it was 6 proposals. I spoke with the Commissioner of Revenue this morning about this project. Looking, and I guess I've got the attention of the board right now, trying to pick the interview panel for these, for the proposals. Looking to see if any board members would like to sit on this panel in addition to some of the Commissioner of Revenue staff along with myself.
Well, I was on the Board of Equalization for 8 years, so I got a little experience in that. So I'd volunteer.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Collins.
Second.
I guess I'll vote for myself.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Collins. And last, just a touch point on community development staffing updates. So we've hired a new permit technician. A young man's going to start early August. This is one of the front lines of really the public-facing positions in community development. We have interviews tomorrow for the community development director. I have interviews on Thursday for the zoning administrator / senior planner, and we are collecting applications for the building inspector. So progress is being made to staff that department.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's crazy when you actually run job ads that people apply to them. Thank you.
That's the end of my report, sir.
Yeah.
In the right spots.
Rock star.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess the next thing we'll have to adjourn because we're right on the edge.
I make a motion that the Board of Supervisors adjourn to Tuesday, August 6th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. in the boardroom of Rivercombe Building.
Second.
Properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Did wonderful work tonight. I appreciate your patience on all these matters. Have a good evening.